May I synchronize the time? Hello.
Yes, hello, Professor Deo. Yes, please.
Hi, Professor. Hello, Mitra. I am trying to synchronize the time.
Acha. So it is
My
2:39
watch
by the
says
clock.
14:39. That is 14.
Exactly.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we can.
So with your permission, we'll begin in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
Yep.
I'm not able to see my presentation now. Earlier it was shared, but do I have to share it again?
I can at least see it I can very much see it. Exclusive processes at B factories, etc. So it's visible.
Okay, from my end, I'm not able to. Okay, so
If you
I
feel
can see it.
uncomfortable, you could unshare and reshare.
Okay. Oh my God.
Lovely. So we see you in front of your presentation.
My God.
Yeah.
But I'm not able to see my screen from my end. See my presentation from my end.
Okay. If you want, you can share the file with me and we can take care of
All right.
if that makes sense.
It seems to me somehow your slide has become your background.
My goodness.
Because we see you and
so let me rejoin.
Yeah.
Let me rejoin.
That is what has
switch
happened.
off and I leave and then I'll try to rejoin.
By mistake, he has probably made it the background.
Yeah.
You could see his face was getting distorted, and when you have a false background, it goes into that.
Yeah. So you converted a slide to his background.
Today is a holiday here. Is it a holiday there? Or
Yes, it is.
Ambedkar Jayanti.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I've forced the tech support team students to be with me in my office. So they've been hijacked for the day.
Yeah, I just at 10 o'clock stopped our experiment. And interestingly, the next run accelerator is from my rookie physics department. Momita is here.
Okay.
So her run started. My run ended after 8 days. So now she is there.
Okay, I see. Professor Shashank Bhatnagar has not rejoined, it seems. Oh, no, okay, there we go. I sit correct. Okay, so I think let's see Professor Bhatnagar. So Professor Bhatnagar, you may kindly reshare. All right, very good. So we can see, can you go back and forth in your slides? If possible, if you can go full screen, Control L, as I'm given to understand. It's Control L, right? This seems to be Adobe, yeah. Control L would probably take you to full screen, Professor McNally. I wonder if I'm audible. So Professor Bhatnagar, are we ready to go? Can we start?
Yes, please.
All right, so I humbly request Professor Deo to kindly take over. She's the chairperson of this first post-lunch session, day 1. Professor Nivedita Deo, please. Professor Deo, kindly unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Welcome to the post-lunch session of the A.N. Mitra Memorial Lecture and Meeting. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, Professor Alok Mitra and Gargi and other organizers for inviting me for chairing the afternoon session. Without much ado, I'll just go on and introduce Professor Shashank Bhatnagar, who is the next speaker in the afternoon session. He is a professor at in the physics department at Chandigarh University, Mohali, India, and his research interests are in mathematical physics, fluid dynamics, and computation physics. Today, he'll be speaking in the memorial meeting on exclusive processes at B factories in framework of Bethe-Self-Peter equation. And I would request Professor Shashank Bhatnagar to take the floor.
Thank you, Professor Nivedita, and I would like to thank all the organizers for this meeting, and it's really an honor and a privilege to give this talk at A.N. Mitra Memorial Meeting. So he was a teacher and a researcher par excellence. He gave me the course Radiation Theory. So that was in the 4th semester of my MSc final, and in the year 1985, and I was really mesmerized by his brilliance in his lectures, and then I was also lucky to be his PhD student during 1985 to 1990, and he was doing pioneering work in the field of Bethe-Salpeter equation, and I have learned many things from him, not only academic but also many life lessons I've learned. And so right now I'm going to give a talk on exclusive processes at B factories in the framework of Bethe-Salpeter equation. And so as we go ahead, I found let me share with you. I'll try to share with you the strong physical intuition that he had, because we worked out a number of things, and we have in the process diversified the framework quite a bit. So I'll just go ahead and so let me go to the next slide. So the outline of my talk is so the first is the introduction about these processes, then Bethe-Salpeter equation, then the Charmonium production process. So here I'll talk about these processes that occur at that are going on at B factories, that is electron positron colliding to give a virtual photon, and photon then producing a photon and a hadron, and in the process A, the hadron is chi c0, chi c1, eta c, chi c2. Then in the next process you have double Jepside production through 2 intermediate photons. Next you have the double eta c production through 2 virtual photons. and then I'll go to the conclusion. So I go to the next slide. Sorry, I'm not able to. Some glitch. Yes. So I start the exclusive process at B factory. So exclusive process, they refer to scattering events. Where all the final state particles are observed and identified. So these are the examples of exclusive processes. And and charmonium production, it's one of the most intriguing subjects and remains one of the most vibrant areas of research in quarkonium physics. These processes, they act like a bridge between perturbative and non-perturbative QCD, because in the sense that you are through virtual photon, a QQ bar pair is being produced. That's a hard process, and followed by hadronization of QQ bar pair into QQ bar hadron, and that's a non-perturbative QCD process over there. And these processes, they provide ideal testing grounds for fundamental theories, and also continue to refine our understanding of strong interactions. So if we go through the history of these processes, so you see that these processes were observed by Babar and Belle around the year in the year 2004 and 2005. They they measured the cross sections of these processes to be around 25 femtobarns, and this in fact led to the rapid progress in the theoretical description of charmonium. So So the first calculation of this process was done by Bratton and Lee. So that was in the year 2005 using NRQCD. They got results which were one order of magnitude less than experiment, and it was found that it could be resolved only when they took radiative corrections and relativistic corrections simultaneously. So these two are the famous papers. These three are the famous papers that led to the real progress in this field. Now, additional processes that were observed were at Belle, that is E plus E minus, producing gamma chi c j. So they measured this process at center of mass energies 10.5 to 10.58 and 10.867 GeV. Then these processes were also measured by BESS3 in the year 2021. So this was in the energy range 4 to 4.6 GeV. Then the double gypsy production that proceeds through two intermediate photons. They were also measured. They were also measured at Belle in the energy range 10.6 GeV, but they could not see clear signal in their measurements. Then theoretical models that were proposed to describe this process was NRQCD, light cone expansion, vector dominance model, and the Bethe-Solbert equation model. So NRQCD factorization, if you see this, you see that the cross section, it can be factorized into the short distance part, that is Cn, and the long range matrix elements, that is O and H. So these short distance matrix short distance these coefficients Cn are calculated perturbatively in the strong coupling constant alpha s, and these long range matrix elements, they are the non-perturbative part. So we'll go to the Bethe-Solbiter framework now. Sorry, I'm having problem in going to the next slide. Yes. Now the motivation for using Bethe-Solbiter equation is it's a dynamical equation based approach, and it incorporates relativistic effects non-perturbatively. So this is even at the lowest order in QCD. Now the relativistic effects of quark spins, they are incorporated through the BS wave function, And the BSE framework is applicable to a number of processes across different energy scales. So these are the processes we studied in lowest order. So what we see is that the lowest order QCD expansion in alpha is sufficient because the dominant contribution it comes from the lowest order diagram in BSE, and the higher order alpha and alpha EM corrections they are expected to be negligible, and right now they are ignored. So I'll go to the next slide. I'm having actually problems in shifting the slide. Yes. So there's the form of the Bethe-Salpeter equation. So it describes the bound states in QFT. So the Bethe-Salpeter wave function is psi, K is the interaction kernel, and SFs are the propagators. So what we do is the reduction from 4D to 3D form using the covariant instantaneous ansatz, where you split the hadronic internal momentum of the hadron into transverse part and longitudinal part. Now the longitudinal part is sigma p mu. It's longitudinal to p mu, and the transverse part is q mu hat. That is transverse to the hadron momentum p. And the 4D volume element is d4q is d cube q hat md sigma. Now the first paper that dealt with this was with Professor Mitra in the year 1992. It was done, but then the utility of this framework is so much that it is being applied even now, that BSE under the covariant instantaneous approximation, it is being used by the GL1 group as well as the JKE group, and they are continuing to use it as shown by these publications. And the important thing over here is, now why people are so attractive to this framework, because Q hat square is a Lorentz invariant quantity. Now the Lorentz invariance of Q hat square leads to invariance of transition amplitudes, 3D forms of transition amplitudes, as well as the 3D forms of Salpeter equations. That is the most important aspect of this. So I go to the next slide. So the properties of Q hat square, so it enhances applicability of BSE and CIE across wide range of energy scales, ensures the Lorentz covariance of 3D forms, and we have used the one gluon exchange vector type interaction kernel. We land up at the 3D Salpeter equations. There are 4 equations in number. The last 2 equations are the equations, they act like the equations of constraint. So we are going to just tell you what we actually do, and psi plus, so we split the wave function into plus minus and plus minus components. So first we worked out the mass spectral calculation. So we start with the full 4D BS wave function that was proposed by CHL Smith in the year 1969. It's a famous paper, and so you see that the pseudo-scalar Meson wave function can be written as a superposition of the various Dirac structures. That is a unit operator over here. P slash Q is the internal moment of the hadron, and this term. So these phi's are the Lorentz invariant structures because they depend upon Q square, Q dot P, and P square. So in the earlier works, now you see in this, when you use this wave function for calculation of various Meson observables, we see that all the Dirac structures do not contribute equally in any calculation. What we saw is some Dirac structures contribute more than the other Dirac structures. So what we did was we devised a power counting rule to distinguish the leading Dirac structures from the sub-leading Dirac structures. So these are the papers where this thing is published, and we calculate the electronic decay constants. We found that the maximum contribution, it comes from the phi1 term, phi1 amplitude. Then the next contribution, it comes from the p slash term, then q slash, and and P slash Q slash. These are the subleading Dirac structures. They contribute around 20%. This contributes this and these two. They contribute maximum. And amongst these two structures, phi 1 contributes most. So this is the most dominant structure in the case of pseudoscalar meson. So these are the leading amplitudes. So I go to the next slide now. So what we did, 3D, so these 3D Salpeter equations, they are the coupled equations. So we tried to decouple them. We found that they decouple in the heavy quark limit. We got the mass spectrum and plus analytic forms of radial wave functions. The radial wave functions were used to calculate the various transition amplitudes. And the transition amplitudes, we applied them to leptonic decays and the radiative M1 E1 decays, and now we are applying the same to production process. Now I just go to this topic. We measured the cross section. We calculate the cross section for the process E minus E plus going to gamma chi C0. So you have E minus and E plus, and I like to give you a virtual photon. Again, that creates quark anti-quark pair. And so a photon and a chi C0 meson is produced. So this is the direct process. This is the exchange process. Exchange process, it results by interchanging by changing the direction of the quark loop. So in that case, MFI is this. You can express MFI in this form. So there's the leptonic part of MFI. So there's the leptonic current and there's the hadronic current. So you see that the hadronic current is nothing but the transition matrix element for electromagnetic current for the transition gamma star to gamma chi C0. So again, we use the full Dirac structure. We write down MFI for this case, again in terms of plus and minus coefficients. We worked out the quark propagators in the complex sigma plane over here. Then we saw that you can express mu. Mu is the hadronic part, hadronic tensor in terms of three form factors: beta 1, beta 2, beta 3. But gauge invariance demands that k mu mu equal to 0, and so beta 2 becomes equal to 0. So you see that you have only two independent form factors, beta 1 and beta 3. They act like the coupling. They act like the effective coupling of the bound states with the virtual photon, and these are the radial wave functions we worked out using the mass spectrum. And this work is these radial wave functions have been published in this. So over here, the interesting part, you see, the reason for taking the entire Dirac structure is the Dirac structure of the wave function, beta Salpeter wave function, is the following: that you have the terms like gamma dot q hat by m. So they are like the gamma dot v terms in non-relativistic QCD. So gamma dot q by m, they reflect of the order of v corrections to MFI, right? Over here. So they are consistent with NRQCD power counting. So you see that the covariant structure, full covariant structure of BS wave function automatically generates expansion in powers of quark relative velocity in NRQCD. So in NRQCD, you see that the lowest order contribution, it does not involve relativistic corrections. But over here, if you are evaluating the lowest order diagrams using BSC, you automatically incorporate relativistic corrections in your theory. And there's evident from the fact that the calculations of cross sections that you do using the leading order or the lowest order diagrams, right? The result that you get is quite substantial, right? Unlike the case of NRQCD, where the result was one order of magnitude less than the experiment. So there's the reason for taking the full Dirac structure. Now over here, the problem over here we found was we drew the plots of the form factors beta 1 and beta 3. So they are two-dimensional functions. We plotted versus q hat and root of s. So we found some discontinuities in these plots. So right now we have ignored these discontinuities, and you see that they are very narrow regions of discontinuities. And discontinuities become narrower with increase in root s. We are plotting root s along this axis and q along this axis, and the integrands of the form factors along the vertical axis. So these are the regions of integration. And then I go to the next part. So the cross section is expressed in this form in terms of beta 1 square and beta 3 square. Beta 1 and beta 3 are the form factors. Then we worked out the cross sections. So we see that at 10.6 GeV, our cross section is 3.810 FB, femtobarns. Now, other models, for example, Chung in the year 2021, their cross section is 3.11. The central value is this, and then similarly the other one is 1.885, right? So it is still, so you see that sigma is within the upper limits of both Pelle and BES3 for Chi-C0 production process. Now I go to then we studied the variation of the cross section. We tried to analyze the just a second. We also plotted this cross section over here. We found some fluctuations in the 4 to 6 GeV region, but you see when you go to high energy, it shows a power scaling behavior, power law behavior. This is very important. Now, so we analyze the cross section in terms of these form factors beta 1 and beta 3. These are the plots of the form factors. And we have done the detailed analysis of this. Anyone is interested, they can have a look at our paper. And then we went to the study of this process, that is E plus E minus going to gamma Chi-C1. And over here we again found out the gauge invariant form of MFI. So again we see two form factors over here. Then so these are the analytic forms of the radial parts of wave functions, and there's the structure of there's the full 3D structure of the wave function, Dirac structure of the wave function. Then again we worked out the cross-sectional formula, that is we worked out the cross-section values. So you see that at 10.6 GeV, the cross-section that we have is within 1.2 sigma of the Belle measurements. So 11 is the Belle measurement, and I'm sorry, yes, 11 is the Belle measurement. I did not list. Yes, over here, Eblikin et al. So there's 11 is, I'm sorry, it is BES3, and 16 is the Belle. So this is actually, in fact, the 16. It is in fact the Belle result. And 4.6 and 4 GeV, it is the BES3 result over here. Now, so we see that at 10.6 GeV, our result is within 1.2 sigma of the Belle measurement. At 4.6 GeV, 4 to 6 GeV, we see that it is within 2 sigma of the BES3, and at 4 GeV, 2.8 sigma. So you see that when you study this process at low energy, that is the 4 to 6 GeV, the importance of insertion of higher order QCD effects becomes more and more important. Whereas at 10.6 GeV, you can explain number of things using the lowest order diagrams. So now I go to the third process, that is zeta C production. So these are the results of this process, and again we analyze it using the form factors. Then I go to the next process, that is E plus E minus going to 2 photons and producing two vector mesons. So this process proceeds through. This process is quite interesting. It proceeds through two types of diagrams. So there's the photon fragmentation diagram, where the virtual photon fragments into fragments into QQ bar pair. QQ bar pair hydrogenizes into J psi, and the other process, the quark rearrangement process, where each virtual photon splits into quark antiquark pair. But one of the quarks, for example, this hadron receives quarks from the first photon as well as the quarks from the second photon. So there is a rearrangement of these quarks. So therefore we call it the quark rearrangement diagram, and it was first studied by Baldwin, Bratton, and Lee. So this was the first work they did using NRQCD. So this process we worked out using the Bethe-Salpeter equation framework. So you see that GPSI and GPSI cross section is suppressed by alpha square alpha square compared to GPSI and eta c. That was the first calculation that was done in the double charbonnier production process. However, you see that the fragmentation diagrams are enhanced by S square by 16 m raised to power 4 compared to rearrangement diagrams. So this leads to the cross section of sigma GPSI plus GPSI production to be greater than the cross section for GPSI plus eta c production. So I go to the next slide. So I'll skip this slide. If anyone is interested, you can just go through our. What is this? I'm not able to go to the next slide. I'm sorry. Oh. Please forgive me. Yes. So these are the amplitudes for the fragmentation diagram and the exchange diagram. And then I go to the next slide. And so here we worked out the cross sections. We worked out these integrals G1, G1 prime, G2, G2 prime. So you see that these integrals, they're in turn related to leptonic decay widths, and you see that G is always greater than G prime. Because G for the case of GPSI is always greater than G and G prime. They are their values are such that FV for GPSI meson always exceeds FV for Psi2S meson. The relationship between G1 and G2 and FVs are these. So again, I go to the next slide.
We have about 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah. So let me try to wind up. So there's the eta C production process. So here only the quark rearrangement diagram, it plays a role, and these are the results. Then the conclusion, we studied the production process at B factories at 10.6 GeV for this process in the framework of Bethe-Salpeter equation and covariant instantaneous ansatz. And the form factors we worked out, substantial contribution from the lowest order diagram is seen. Cross sections have been analyzed in terms of form factors. We also calculated the percentage contribution from the fragmentation and rearrangement diagrams along with the interference of these amplitudes in the calculation of the cross section. So this talk was based on the talk I gave a fortnight back at 21st International Conference on Hadron Spectroscopy and Structure. That is Hadron 2025 at Osaka University, Japan, during March 27 to 31 this year. And these are the two papers on which this work is based on. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shashank Bhatnagar, for a very illuminating talk on the Bethe equation. When I was a student in the master's and was taught by Professor Mitra, he was at that time also doing the Salpeter equations. Yeah. So I thank you for that. Very.
Was a luminary.
Yeah. He's been talking about it for quite a while. But when I came there, also he was working on it. So that was nice to hear. And so we have a couple of minutes for questions. So any questions for Professor Bhatnagar? So let us give a very big hand to Professor Bhatnagar for a very wonderful talk. If there are no questions, I enjoyed myself very much. And go on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So I believe it is Professor Satyendra Sharma as the next
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Let me share my screen.
Right.
कौन सी है? Okay. Video. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My topic is nuclear science, nuclear structure, and interacting boson model.
I will introduce you, Professor Satyendra Sharma. But I don't see your screen here.
Okay, you don't see the screen here.
No.
Okay. Okay.
You have to share the screen, and I'm not seeing the shared screen.
Okay, I've not seen the shared screen.
Here it is.
Is it available now?
I can see it now, but it's very small. Can you do it in a full screen, please?
Yeah, no problem. I will do it.
If you could do it on a full screen, that would be good.
Yes. Is okay?
It's still not a full screen. I think you have to click on one of these icons that you have here. Entire screen or something like that.
No, for me it is full screen here. I don't know.
Professor
For me,
Shukla, if you go to
yes.
the lowest portion of the band, which is just next to what reads as 66%, there is an icon to its
Okay.
immediate left, which looks like a chalice, like a cup.
Okay.
If you click on that, I think it'll go full screen.
Okay.
Little icon to the immediate left of what reads as 66% in terms of
Immediate left.
magnification.
Okay.
Lower right of the file. Could you spot that? You have the lateral scroll bar, right, which magnifies and demagnifies. So it reads 66% right now, the lower bottom right of the file.
Okay. Acha, you mean to see I have to go to the slides, huh? Okay. Let me do it again. Is it okay now?
Professor Sharma, what you were just toggling, this magnification scroll bar, now it reads 110%. If you
Yes.
go to its immediate left, there's a little icon which looks like a filled cup or a chalice. Right? There are three icons.
Okay.
The one to the immediate left of 110%. Just click on that.
Okay. Let me see.
If it works, you could share the file with me by email or WhatsApp, and I can immediately put it up, if that works. We cannot hear you now. Was it? He's muted, is it? Unfortunately, I didn't locate him. Can you see him? Not top. Oh, yeah. Now he's on mute.
I put it in the code group. Alok ji, I put it on the code group, please.
जी प्रोफेसर शर्मा, बस 1 मिनट दीजिए मुझे प्लीज. 1 मिनट.
हाँ. Yes. Yes. अब आ गया.
Does
Yes.
this work? Is this visible to all as full screen, Professor Deo in particular?
It's now. It is visible now. Full
Okay.
screen.
So,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Sharma, I would
Thank
request
you, Prof. Alok.
kindly
Let
let
me
me know when
start.
to go to the next slide. Just say next, and I'll go to the next slide. Yeah?
Okay, no problem.
So this is to
I will say
introduce.
next.
I'd like to introduce Professor Satyendra Sharma, who is Dean and Professor of Physics in the Faculty of Science, Yobe State University, Damaturu, Nigeria. And today he'll be speaking about nuclear structure and IBM. Over to you, Professor Satyendra Sharma.
Thank you, madam.
Most welcome.
Nuclear structure refers to arrangement and behavior of proton and neutrons within the nucleus. The study of nuclear structure is fundamental to understanding how atomic nuclei behave, their stability and interaction that govern nuclear reactions. The key factors influencing nuclear structure include the nuclear-nuclear interaction. The nucleons interact through the nuclear forces which bind them together. These interactions are complex, involving both short-range attractive forces and long-range repulsive forces. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. Thank you. Now, the shell model. This is simply yet a powerful model for describing the structure of nucleus. It treats proton and neutrons as moving in discrete energy levels or shells, such as like the electrons in atomic shells. The shell model helps explain the stability of certain isotopes and various observables. Collective model. This model describes the nucleus as a system that can exhibit collective behavior like rotations, vibrations due to the collective motion of nucleons. It accounts for phenomena such as nuclear deformation, the shape, that is shape, and the nuclear excitations. Next is deformation and shape. Nuclei may not be spherical. They can be on prolate or oblate shapes. This deformation is particularly important for heavier nuclei that can have unique phenomena such as nuclear rotations. Next slide, please. The nuclear structure can be studied by shell model or interacting boson model or the geometrical models. Thank you. Next slide, please. Now, pairing and collective excitations. In certain nuclei, pair of nucleons interact in a correlated way, leading to collective excitations. These correlations are key features in nuclear structure and can result in behavior such as superfluidity and the formation of the collective vibration states. Next is interacting boson model. This model was it is used to describe the collective aspect of nuclear structure, particularly low energy excitations. It was developed by Arima and Yakello in 1970 and onward. The IBM has become an essential tool for understanding collective motions, including vibrations, rotations in even nuclei or even odd A nuclei. Next slide, please. The key concept of IBM is boson representation. IBM treats the nucleons as collective excitations that can be represented by bosons. A boson is a particle that obeys Bose-Einstein statistics, and in IBM, nucleon are approximated as boson pairs. There are two types, S bosons and D bosons. S for L orbital angular momentum L is equal to 0, while D for L is equal to 2. Next slide, please. Hamiltonian. Then the dynamics of IBM are described by an effective Hamiltonian that includes term representing the interactions between the bosons. It includes boson-boson interaction, single particle excitations. Then symmetry groups. IBM uses group theoretical methods to classify nuclear states. There are main symmetries, U6 symmetry. This is a fundamental group symmetry of IBM describing the full space of boson configuration. Second is SU3 symmetry. For certain nuclei, the IBM can reduce to SU3 symmetry, which describes the rotational behavior of the deformed nuclei. This symmetry is often associated with rotation, deformation, and different shape of the nucleus. Next slide, please. Next is phase of nuclear motions. IBM describes various phases of the nuclear collective motions, U5 limit, SU3 limit, and O6 limit. U5 correspond to spherical nuclei that represent a vibrational model where the nucleus undergo collective vibrational excitations, while the SU3 limit, this corresponds to prolate or oblate deformation and deformed nuclei and represent a rotational mode where nucleus undergo collective rotational motion. The third one is O6 limit. This corresponds to the nuclei with soft shapes, where the transitions between vibrational and rotational mode is more flexible. Next slide, please. Interacting boson approximation. Dominant interaction between the nucleons has pairing character. Two nucleons form a pair with angular momentum J or L is equal to 0 called S pair and J equal to 2 D pairs. Next slide, please. Approximation is also there. Next, microscopy of the IBM. In boson mapping, fermions are represented as given below, and mapping of operators such as Hamiltonian should take account for Pauli's effects. Next slide, please. Interacting boson model describe the nucleus as a system of n interacting S and D bosons, and Hamiltonian is HIBM as written here, and it is justifying from the shell model as well as geometrical model. Next slide, please. U6 algebra and symmetry. There are 6 creation and 6 annihilation operators as shown here, and Hamiltonian and other operators can be written in terms of the generators of U6. And the harmonic Hamiltonian has U6 symmetry as shown here, and it is having additional term breaking U6 symmetry. Next slide, please. IBM Hamiltonian for rotational invariant Hamiltonian with up to n body interactions is shown here as HIBM. The single boson energy is epsilon, and boson-boson interaction is mu in the IBM Hamiltonian are soluble. Next slide, please. These are the dynamic symmetries for different subalgebras U5, SU3, O6, SO6, SO5, and their soluble limits are given below. Next slide, please. Dynamic symmetries of IBM. Here, the Hamiltonian H for IBM general Hamiltonian is written here, and it is having different sub groups also here in the second form. The coefficient eta and k are certain combinations of the coefficients, the epsilon and the nu. Next slide, please. The soluble IBM Hamiltonian is shown here for the 3 SU5, SU3, and SO6 limits. Next slide, please. U5 vibrational limit. Here, for U5 especially, this is the Hamiltonian, and eigenvalues are given in the form of E. Here, K1, K4, and K5, which are related to C0, C2, C4, can be obtained with the energy available, experimental energy of ground state to first excited state, first 4+ state, and second 2+ state. Next slide, please. These are the features of the SU5 limit. The triplet of 0 to 2 to 41 states is in neighborhood of twice of the energy of first excited state. Quadrupole moment of first excited state is 0, while the energy ratio R4, 2, which is the energy of E4 ground to 2 ground, this is 0. Next is gamma band exhibit a staggering pattern in its energy levels with states like 2 gamma and 3 gamma and 4 gamma, they are close. Then 5 gamma, 6 gamma are close, and so on. In contrast with triaxial rotor with the symmetry parameter gamma naught display different staggering, which is 2 gamma, 3 gamma are close, 4 gamma, 5 gamma is close, and so on. 2 nuclei that serve excellent example of SU5 type are 64 Zn and 76 Se. Next slide, please. These are the typical U5 vibrational limit spectra, one shown for 110 CD on left hand side, and you have on the left hand side the experimental energy levels are there from experiment, while on the right hand side of the first figure it is U5 limit. Now here ND, nu, or L pi, they are representing the property of every state. Like if it is 0+, then 0, 0, 0+, then 1, 1, 2+, and so on. And next slide, please. Now this is the SE3 rotational limit. The Hamiltonian is there and eigen values are there. Here K2 lambda square plus mu square plus 3 lambda plus 3 mu plus lambda mu. It is the Kashmir operator here of SE3 limit. Next slide, please. This is the typical spectra for this SU3 limit. The example is 156 GD. On the left hand side is experimental energy spectrum for the lower states up to 2 MeV, while on right hand side is from SE3 limit. Next slide, please. These are the features of SE3 limit. Here, the again energy ratio is 3.33. Energy gap between the two neighboring levels of ground state rotational band and beta vibrational band remains constant. The energy levels of states with identical spins are equivalent for both gamma vibrational and beta vibrational bands. This means that the gamma and beta bands exhibit degeneracy for the same spin in two different bands, beta and gamma. There exist many bands with different properties, like ground state band k pi is equal to 0.1, beta vibrational band k pi is equal to 0.2, gamma vibrational band for k pi is equal to 1 plus, beta 2, gamma, and so on bands are there. The band mixing parameter is 0 here between the gamma and ground band branching ratios. The B2 ratio from 0 beta to 2 ground to 2 gamma to 0 ground is 1/6, while B2 ratio for 2 gamma to 0 ground and 2 gamma to 0 ground is 0. These are the typical features of SE3 limit. Next slide, please. This is O6 SO6 gamma unstable limit Hamiltonian, and their eigenvalues are also there down, and ABC are the constants can be obtained from the energy levels which are available from the experiment. Next slide, please. This is the typical energy spectrum. You can see here it is for 196 pt. On left hand side is experimental and right side is O6. Next slide, please. Now these are the properties for O6 limit. Like ground band had a well-defined notation. Gamma band exhibit energy level pattern that show staggering, as I explained before. 2 gamma is 3 gamma, 4 gamma is close, 5 gamma, 6 gamma is close, while 2 gamma is little away. It is unlike the triaxial rotor, where 2 gamma, 3 gamma are close, 4 gamma, 5 gamma are close, and so on. Beta band, next is beta band follows the sequence of 0 plus 2 plus and 2 plus states with a significant energy gap. Then 0 beta state is positioned at the lower than the 3 gamma state, 3 gamma. Then E2 operator correspond represented by Q2 chi is 0, and selection rules well defined are there. The best example for this O6 are 134 barium and 196 pt. And here the energy ratio is R4 is R4 to is 2.5. Next slide, please. This is the applications of IBM throughout the periodic table. And on y-axis Z, on n-axis N, and all the nuclei represented here. And you can see here the symmetry triangle representing the 3 dynamic symmetries, and some the nuclei lying on it, like from transition from U5 to SU3 is samarium ZD, while on U5 to O6 is RU, while on O6 to SU3 are rare earth nuclei, PT, osmium, krypton, etc. Next slide, please. Yes, this is representing the different symmetries SU3, SUX5, SO6, E5, and U5 in terms of the energy ratio R4. So the various the nuclei I identify by the different colors. As you have the spectrum on the left hand side. Accordingly, it is represented here for the nuclei across the periodic table. Next slide, please. This is the Carsten triangle showing the symmetries, 3 dynamic symmetries, U5, SU3, and O6 on left hand side. And still you have special symmetries X5 and E5. X5 is on U5 to SU3 transition, while E5 is on U5 to O6. And here on the right hand side, it is correlated with the Landau theory for rotational one. Like here U5 vibrator, you have rotational, and the rotational oblate and prolates are there. So this O6 is here. It is on the transition from SE3 rotor or prolate to the SE3 rotor oblate. Next slide, please. And T is representing here. T is representing triple point. Next slide, please. Now, this is the complete Hamiltonian of IBM and how we go about it, how to deal with it. The two-body interaction is shown here in the first equation, where E naught is core energy, epsilon S and epsilon D are the binding energy of S and D bosons. And there are the other Cl, Bl, and Ul are the boson-boson interaction parameters. So another form is shown here by equation 2, where the symbols have the different meaning here, as shown down. So here what we have to do, a least square fitting technique is to be used to find out the optimized values of the 4 parameters. Or we take, if we are taking a nucleus which lies on SU5 to SU3 transition. So here A3, A4 are kept 0, while epsilon double dash A0, A1, A2 are to be taken into consideration, and we can use here the energy values up to say up to reliable spin assignment. So I have considered up to 10 plus, and we have to do the fitting, and we'll get the normalized parameters of this Hamiltonian. So it can produce the best lower and higher bands. And next slide, please. And these and so the first step is we use the FINT computer program to get the energy levels. Then we'll use FBAM program to get the B2 values. Here we add 2 parameters, E2SD, which is alpha 2, and E2DD, which is root 5 times of beta 2. E2 transitions are correlated in terms of alpha 2 and beta 2 as given below. Now here alpha 2 is called the boson effective charge, simply scaling factor affecting the B2 values, and beta 2 accounts for the nuclear shape transition. Here one interesting point is that this E2DD upon E2SD is 2.958 in SE3 limit, while it is reduced to 0 in O6 limit. So ABEM program gives the B2 values, means you can account for the E2, M1 and E0 transitions. The references are listed below. Next slide, please.
We have about 4-5 minutes left.
Thank you. These are the old references of Arima and Iakello. Next slide, please. Now, these are the latest references. Here, you can see the reference number at 6. We applied it for osmium nuclei. Next slide, please. Now here, partial energy level spectrum of N is equal to 96 to 108 of osmium is represented here. You can see the left side up, it is energy spectrum for experiment, while down is from IBM. Now here, if you'll go from 96 to 98, the energy 2 gamma, it is coming, there is crossing of 2 gamma and 2 beta. It is represented well here in the IBM, as well as the variation of the energy with the N for different levels. On the right hand side up, it is representing the B2 values 22 to 02 and 23 to 02, while down it is the B2 from 3 gamma to 2. So here we are taking 22 and 23. So here the hollow circle is the experimental, while the cross is this IBM. Next slide, please. Now here again, it is, four B2 ratios are shown here on left-hand side, 3 gamma to 0/2. And cross is experiment and open circle is IBM here. And error var is shown here if the error is there. Down is 2 beta to 2 ground by 4 ground. And on right-hand side, 2 beta to 0 ground by 2 ground and 2 gamma to 0 ground by 2 ground. So 4 B2 ratios are represented well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this. So here, the parameters, optimized parameters are listed here for various the nuclear various the n is equal to 96 to 108, and here 2 gamma to 2 ground by 4 ground is also shown here. And here this the conclusion is that the IBM model is used to reproduce beta, gamma, and ground band. IBM parameters are used and are given listed here. The interband B2 ratios of IBM are compared with the experiment, and presentation gives detailed description for these osmium nuclei. And high light their spectral features. These spectra are similar those with W and hafnium nuclei, as they are also there in quadrant 2. The n is equal to 96 to 108 osmium isotope display rich structure of ground beta and gamma band. N is equal to 100. It is showing the X5 characteristics. So it is showing X5 features. And beyond which a saturation of deformation is also observed. Beta band is low and lie below the gamma band. It is represented here. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Satyendra Sharma. It's for a very beautiful talk on nuclear structure. We can have one question because of shortage of time. Any discussions or feedback?
Can I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Professor Satyen.
Yes, Prof.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Perhaps you would like to acknowledge Professor J.B. Gupta, because I saw his name, same
Yes.
J.B. Gupta, and he's of the same age group as Professor Mitra. I hope he's 93.
Yes.
So I hope you can speak few words for him.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir, for guiding me. I joined my PhD in 1983 with Professor J.B. Gupta, and I completed in 1988, though the degree was awarded on 1st April 1989. He is a good human being. He is a very good researcher. He always gave me the proper guidance, and I have learned a lot under his supervision. Still, I am taking his advice. Always I am discussing with him, and I always pray for his good health. Still, he is very active in the research.
He is around 93 or so. How old is he?
He is 90 plus.
Yeah, 29 born. As
Yeah,
Professor
29.
Mitra.
So
I suppose, yeah.
Around 90, sir.
It makes sense. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
You very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks both and that's we should close this session now and go for a coffee break. I think the coffee break is 3:45 to 4:15. So I think we'll reconvene at 4:15. But over to Professor Ashok Mitra. Thank you.
I wish
Thank
that
you.
I'm a very poor excuse for that. So, so this is Alok again. I just wanted to say one thing, that we are supposed to reconvene at 4:15, and this will be on the same link. So we are going to continue. We'll stay logged in. You please feel free to move around, have a coffee while you're moving around or what have you. So we're going to be here for you, waiting for you to come back. And we have Professor Lakshmanan, our next speaker. So this will be a one talk session. So this will be the second post-lunch session today. So we reconvene at 4:15, 4:15, Sawa 4 baje.
Professor Mitra, can I check my PPT?
By all means, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure then. Is it visible?
It sure is. Would it be possible for you to kindly go full screen?
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Join after 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Share us.
Yes.
नमस्कार पुजारी जी, कैसे हैं आप? आवाज नहीं आ रही। आप आवाज नहीं आ रही, अपने को अनम्यूट कर सकते हैं? मैंने शायद नहीं। चलिए, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात
नहीं बंद नहीं करेगा, बंद चालू करो।
हाँ, नमस्कार पुजारी जी, क्या हाल चाल है?
नमस्ते सर,
नमस्ते।
बढ़िया। नमस्ते सर।
और
और
बिटिया कैसी है?
हाँ, सब बढ़िया है सर।
अच्छा अच्छा।
हाँ
बिटिया
जी।
को मेरी तरफ से धन्यवाद दे दीजिएगा, उन्होंने प्रोफेसर मित्रा के इतने सारे कागज वो स्कैन करके भेजे, वो बहुत ही, उसकी वजह से वेबसाइट में हम इंक्लूड कर पाए सर के हैंड रिटन, हाथ से लिखे हुए नोट्स।
अच्छा
बहुत
अच्छा
बहुत
जी,
धन्यवाद
अच्छा।
आपका और बिटिया का, आपके
अच्छा जी।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
अच्छा सर, ठीक है सर, बहुत बहुत नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते नमस्ते। आपका नाम क्या है? अच्छा, ओह अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, आप इनको एडमिट कर लें। इनका नाम क्या है पुजारी जी?
वासु वासु
वासु।
वासु।
अरे वाह,
हाँ
क्या क्या बात है।
हाँ।
अभी कौन सी क्लास में है ये?
ये भी पढ़ने नहीं जाता सर, अभी पढ़ने नहीं। हाँ जी, अभी 3 साल का है,
हाँ
मतलब।
ठीक है,
हाँ जी।
बढ़िया बढ़िया, बहुत अच्छी बात है। चलिए, बहुत अच्छा है।
हाँ जी।
Hello,
Or how are you?
I'm fine. I'm doing fine. And how are you?
Meeting after decades.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, great occasion. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah.
You are still continuing with the same enthusiasm and zeal, I suppose.
Yes. Yes.
I have switched on to now philosophy and psychology.
Oh, okay, okay.
Indian psychology, Indian philosophy. As usual, in old age, people
I see.
change. So I don't want to be exception for that. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So still associated and working with the
Yeah,
Bharatidas.
yeah. I'm still at Bharatas University as a DST ANRF National
So
Science.
these are all these things. I sir.
Yeah.
So how your Tamil Mani and other students, they are now retired, must be all becoming very old.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tamil Mani is no more.
Oh,
He had passed away a couple of years ago.
and
Yeah.
another person.
Chilean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, both of them had, for some different reasons, are no more. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Chilean was in the School of Physics, and Tamil Mani was in mathematics department,
Mathematics.
Pondicherry University. Yeah. Unfortunately, both of them, I mean, they had some ailments, so due to that, so they passed away.
Actually, time arrow moves only in one direction. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You realize the realities of life.
Yeah. Yeah. We have to accept. Yeah.
You have to accept.
Yeah.
So,
Whether
Professor
one
Lakshmanan, may I, sorry, I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Sorry, Alok. Yeah.
So, Professor Lakshmanan, may I request you to please reshare rather your slides?
Yes.
First page.
Full screen. Are you seeing my slides?
Absolutely. Just waiting.
Yeah, I will go to full screen mode.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So, with your permission, can we start, Professor Lakshmanan?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, great. So, so welcome back to the second post-lunch session, day 1, April 14th. And we're delighted to have Professor Muthuswamy Lakshmanan, obviously a well-known nonlinear dynamicist. He's currently a professor of eminence at the Bharatidasan University. So I request Professor Lakshmanan to kindly give his talk. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Alok Mitra, for your kind invitation in this wonderful meeting of Professor A.N. Mitra Memorial Meeting. To start with, I have to state that unlike many of the earlier speakers, I do not have a strong personal interaction with Professor Mitra as a student or a collaborator. But when I was a student in early 1970s, some of our heroes of theoretical physics in this country, starting from Professor P.M. Matthews, and then Professor A.N. Mitra, Professor S.N. Biswas, Professor Virendra Singh, Professor Mukunda, and Professor T. Pradhan were our heroes at that point of time. And so I had been following Professor Mitra's work from that time onwards. But it was during 1990s, early 1990s, I came into personal contact with Professor Mitra when we met in one of the INSA meetings, when he was kind enough to invite me to visit the Department of Physics, Delhi University. And during that visit, he was a great host. And I gave a talk on solitons and integrable systems related topics. And he was very attentive. And after that, he gave me a lot of encouragement and suggestions and so on. And then later on, he also invited me in 2006. I think a couple of earlier speakers had mentioned the book, India in the World of Physics, Then and Now. I think it was published in 2006. And Professor Mitra requested me to write an essay on nonlinear dynamics. So I wrote on nonlinear dynamics, an insider's perspective. And he was very kind enough to encourage me to write that article. And he ultimately agreed to publish that article. Okay. And that was the kind of peripheral interaction I had with Professor Mitra. But as the earlier speakers, many of them were his former students, have pointed out, he's one of the stalwarts of Indian physics. And it's great to remember him on this day. So in my talk, I'm not going to speak about the kind of topics, particularly particle physics topics, which have been dealt with by many of the earlier speakers, but I will deviate quite a bit from that. I will talk on some recent developments associated with nonlinear dynamics and some connection with artificial intelligence, artificial neural network, and so on. So there has been recent attempts to connect nonlinear dynamical systems with these kinds of developments. As we know that artificial intelligence is one of the important topics that is being considered, whether it's part of physics or part of engineering or whatever it is. But with the award of 2024 Nobel Prize to Professor John Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton, this connection has become more and more intense. So in my today's talk, I will give a brief overview of the notion of reservoir computing, and then using just a simple nonlinear map, the so-called logistic map, as the reservoir, I will try to demonstrate how non-temporal and temporal tasks, I will explain what it is, non-temporal and temporal tasks can be accurately predicted. So this will be the plan of my talk. After a brief introduction about artificial intelligence and artificial neural network and so on, I will introduce logistic map, a very simple nonlinear dynamical system, and use it as a reservoir. And then I will point out how, for example, polynomial functions can be predicted with the prior knowledge of few data. Prediction of non-temporal tasks, any order of polynomials, for example. And then temporal tasks, for example, the dynamics of nonlinear oscillators. So I will try to point out how non-temporal and temporal tasks can be predicted with this point out. As you know, artificial intelligence, which corresponds to any technique that enables machines to solve a task like humans do, and in which machine learning is a subtopic, algorithms that allow computers to learn from things without being explicitly programmed. And artificial neural network is brain-inspired machine learning models, and out of which a smaller subtopic is deep learning, and so on and so forth. So considering neural networks, for example, the human brain is a very complex dynamical systems, billions of basic entities called neurons with very complex connection. The collective dynamical behavior is how our brain acts. The single dynamical unit is the single neuron, which has three major elements, namely the central nucleus, out of which tree-like dendrites emerge, which collects information from other neurons and then pass information in the form of electrical signals along cylindrical kind of tubes, namely axons. So this is the standard neurons in a brain. But artificial neuron which resembles in some certain sense human brain, consists of certain number of inputs, x0, x1, x2, xn, connected through certain weight functions in a linear way, then a linear function z, involving all these inputs. And then this is connected to an activation function, which could be quite nonlinear to give rise to the desired output. So that is called a perceptron, a basic unit of an artificial neural network. And then this artificial neural network, you have deep neural network and recurrent neural network and so on. So a perceptron is one of the simplest types of artificial neural networks. It's a computational model that mimics the behavior of a biological neuron in the human brain. On the other hand, so for example, in the perceptron, you have a large number of inputs are connected to a single node, and then from which, through the action of this activation function, you get the output. Whereas in the case of deep neural network, so you have a large number of input layers, and that is collected to multiple number of nodes. Each one is connected to all other nodes, and there are several nodes, multiple hidden layer it consists of, and from which output layer is connected. So this is a more general version of ANN. And then you have also a recurrent neural network. The standard neural networks cannot handle sequential data, but considers only the current input. So it cannot have memories. But whereas the solution to this issues is the recurrent neural network. So you have the neural network, the hidden networks, which are unfolded, and you have a large number of hidden networks. So you have several inputs, and they are connected to these hidden networks, unfolded networks, and then you extract the outputs. The solution to this is the RNN, and RNN can handle sequential data, accepting the current input data and previously received inputs. So RNNs can memorize previous inputs due to their internal memory. And out of which is reservoir computing, which is an RNN-based framework, which is quite efficient in training to perform a given task. Highly efficient and practical approach for various machine learning tasks. Computational effort is considerably reduced here. And in particular, we have found recently the reservoir need not be a very large complex network, and it can be any kind of nonlinear dynamical system. And very surprisingly, we find it can be as simple as the logistic map, which is very basic unit studied in a nonlinear dynamical system. So the logistic map is, you have a dynamical entity omega at the present instant, discrete instance n, at the nth instance omega n, and that is connected to the next instant omega n plus 1 through a parameter a. Omega n plus 1 is a equal to a into omega n to some nonlinear function minus a omega n square. That is a omega n into 1 minus omega n. So for some i's, okay. So omega n plus 1 is a omega n into 1 minus omega n. So this is the basic nonlinear dynamical system, the logistic map. And it has very beautiful dynamical structures. For example, you have the so-called bifurcation and chaos coming in this simple dynamical system. So you have the dynamical system omega n plus 1 equal to a into omega 1 minus omega n. And one can show that omega can be confined between 0 and 1, while the parameter a can be confined between 0 and 4. That is sufficient to consider the dynamical system. And you find as you vary this control parameter a from 0 to 4, you find very interesting dynamical features. So first, you have the period 1 behavior, period 1 dynamical state, which at a critical value a equal to 3, it bifurcates, it loses stability, and in place of that, a period 2 state emerges, which goes on up to 3.6 or something like that. Then it again bifurcates. So period 2, then period 2 power 2, that is period 4, period 8, period 16, 64, which all occurs in a very narrow range. following a particular universal constant called Feigenbaum ratio. And then at a very critical value, 3.656, etc., it enters into a very complex state, namely chaotic state. You can have infinite number of possible solutions at that point of time. So this is the basic structure of a nonlinear map, namely the logistic map. So I will try to use this map as the reservoir so that these various states, omegas, will form virtual nodes. So you have, for a given system, the inputs U1, U2, a finite number of inputs, U1, U2, U1, up to L number of finite inputs. I map this L number of inputs on this parameter A. So I call that as AI in a linear, through a linear transformation. And because of that, I have several possible states for every UI. I have AI, I have mapped linearly to AI. And for that AI, I iterate starting from n equal to 0, omega 0 at a particular value. For example, I choose omega naught as 0.95. And then I iterate, I get omega 1, omega 2, omega 3 for this UI, for this ith value. So I get P such possible values or L such possible states, P such possible states. And for every use, then I get such possible states. I collect all of them, and that forms the reservoir state matrix. And from that reservoir, so that contains information multiplexed, input information multiplexed, extended, and I connect that to the output through a linear transformation. And that linear transformation is through a weight matrix W. I associate that weight matrix. In this way, I can connect, I can identify a reservoir through a very simple nonlinear dynamical system and obtain the outputs. So in this method, the reservoir is constructed by the virtual nodes using the logistic map as the reservoir computer and encode the inputs as temporal patterns. And we can prove the universality of this method both for non-temporal tasks, for example, fitting of a trajectory or a curve with a sampled few data points, or predicting temporal tasks, predicting nonlinear chaotic systems, for example, a Lorentz system or a Rössler system or a Hindmarsh or any other nonlinear dynamical system. So I will first demonstrate how you can identify, predict a polynomial function, for example. So consider a finite number of samples for a given polynomial functions between two regions, between two endpoints. So let between two limits, u minimum and u maximum. Here, u minimum and u maximum are the minimum and maximum of the function of x of a function f. So x is the independent variable and f is the dependent variable. So you want to find a function f of x. Given x, the range of x is limited between x equal to u minimum, minimum value minus 3, for example, and maximum value plus 3. So a finite number of points are given. And then you want to predict the function in the entire range between minus 3 and plus 3. So one way of identifying this function is that the given inputs x1, x2, x3, L inputs, xi is ui, and the outcome f of xi is vi. So that is the given input. Ui and vi are known values of input and output respectively. Now, with each of these ui, I supply this to the logistic map equation through a linear transformation. Ui is given, and I have u maximum and u minimum, I have fixed. So I try to associate with A through this linear transformation. So I find a quantity, a parameter AI through A minimum, A maximum, similarly I fix. Then through this linear transformation, AI constant into UI minus U minimum. So I can find an AI, and for that AI, I iterate omega. So start from n equal to 0 for a minimum and a maximum corresponding to this logistic map. either in the periodic regular regime or in the chaotic regime. Okay, between an A minimum and an A maximum. And then if I do that, so for each of this given UI, I can get P number of omegas by iteration. Okay, for every value UI, I get P omegas. So UI is mapped down to AI, which in terms of the omega map, the logistic map, gives P number of data. So the data is multiplexed. The input data UI is multiplexed via the parameter AI and then through the logistic map into P data points. So I can construct a reservoir state vector corresponding to this input UI as omega 1i, omega 2i, etc., omega pi. Okay. This I carry out for all these L inputs, U1, U2, UL. So for each of these inputs, U1, for example, I get an P into 1 column matrix state vector. For U2, I get again a P into 1 column vector and so on. So that for this entire set of given input data, I get a P by L state reservoir state vector matrix. Okay, so that is from the knowledge of input vector, input information, I construct a state vector matrix of the reservoir. Once I get the state vector matrix, so what I have done was given the input U1, U2, etc., UL of that polynomial function through this parameter, through this linear transformation and the logistic map, I construct the state vector matrix, okay, which is of the form P, the order P by L matrix. R is the reservoir matrix. So the 1 by L size input vector is mapped down to a higher dimensional size P by L as the reservoir state vector matrix. Now, from the reservoir state matrix, I construct a weight matrix because the given input information is input L input input information and L output information that is given. So since I know the outputs, I relate the input with the output through a linear transformation. The input has been multiplexed through the vector, the state vector matrix R, and I assume that the output is related to the input through a linear transformation, and that gives the weight matrix of the order 1 by P. So I can always construct, because I know information about from input, the reservoir matrix, and the output I know, so I can construct W as V into R inverse. V is the given output, and R is the reservoir matrix, which I construct from the inputs. So R will in general be a non-square matrix, and through Moore-Penrose pseudo-inverse theorem, it does exist. I can identify that. With that information, now I try to construct the entire function f of x between the minimum value u minimum and u maximum for any other inputs, any other input values, which I call as u1 prime, u2 prime, u3 prime, ul prime. And L prime need not be equal to the previous cell. It can be any number through the same input, the weight matrix. So with these new inputs, I try to construct a new state vector matrix R prime, as I pointed out earlier. So I construct this state vector matrix, and then I have already information about the weight matrix. So the unknown output function can be constructed through the capital V equal to WR prime, where capital V is the corresponding output vectors which are obtained through this linear relation. So I can get the output function. And to check the accuracy of my prediction, I use the statistical measures, error measures, the root mean square error, square root of Vi minus Vi square, where Vi is the actual output value set for the corresponding predicted output is Vi. So I calculate the root mean square and the normalized root mean square RMSE by sum over Vi minus V average by L prime. So in general, for a prediction to be good, this normalized root mean square error should be much less than 1. So that is the criteria I will use. So for example, I will construct a 7th degree polynomial. So suppose you are given a 7th degree polynomial x minus 3, x minus 2, etc., x plus 3. It could be symmetrical or non-symmetrical. Then I apply the procedure I have given above. For example, 20 input data sample is given, and the corresponding output is given. So I construct the state vector matrix. Then for any other value in between this minimum minus 3 and maximum plus 3, I can take, for example, 100 unknown points, input points, and construct the corresponding output function. Then I plot the unknown functions, and you see that you get exactly the correct form of the function, this polynomial function, in exact way. So here the dots correspond to sample data, and the green curve corresponds to the target, and the red dots, which are followed on the green dots, which you cannot really distinguish, but they exactly follow the target correctly. So the 7th degree polynomial can be constructed with a minimum a in the periodic regime. A minimum equal to 0.1, a maximum equal to 2.2. I have restricted. Within that, I have iterated 20 times, and the inputs are 20 inputs, but the unknown outputs inputs are 100. So with that, I can design the polynomial function exactly. And I can also do this in the chaotic, again, periodic region, but by introducing certain errors in the small error, noise, for example, 0.1, uniform noise, 0.1. Even in that case also, the function can be exactly predicted. And similarly, I can carry out this analysis for the chaotic region of the logistic map. Again, I can construct exactly, and the normalized root mean square error is, again, very small, of the order of 10 power minus 5, and so on. And then for a 9th degree polynomial, for example, again, I can construct the function exactly. So thus, this prediction is done in a narrow region of the logistic map of the order of 0.1. But suppose you have a large number of input data that is given, which is outside this region. You can extend this region by following further modified procedure. For example, you multiplex by introducing a trigonometric function and extending this, and introducing a continuous function. And again, you can generalize the procedure I have given, and you can identify the function exactly accurately. So prediction of such non-temporal tasks through this logistic map can be exactly carried out. I can extend this study for temporal task. For example, next I can perform the temporal task of predicting the time series of one variable of a nonlinear system by supplying the time series of another variable of the same system. For example, for the Lorentz oscillator or Osler oscillator, Hinmar's oscillator, etc., I can predict the variable in an exactly similar fashion. And for this purpose,
sorry, Professor Lakshmanan, I apologize for interrupting you. Please excuse my impertinence. Just wanted to remind ourselves that we have about 3 odd minutes left for your talk.
Yeah.
So if we could wind things a bit so that we could possibly incorporate some QA for your talk.
Yeah, I will finish the next 1 minute. So I can generalize this by providing information about the past in a sequential way, and I can follow as before. I can predict so like weather forecasting or stock marketing and so on. I can also dynamical system. I can give input information for a certain number of previous times, so m number of previous times, and then I can again construct a state vector for each of the inputs and then generalize that and construct the state vector matrix, which will be of larger dimension. And for this continuous system also, again, I can construct a weight matrix, and from which I can obtain the time series, for example. I can, for example, if the Lorentz system is a system of three coupled nonlinear ordinary differential equation, and given the input information for x, y, z for finite number of times, so that the training is done for a finite number of times, and then I can predict the variables for the remaining times very accurately. So the green curve corresponds to the target trajectory, and the red dots correspond to prediction. And you see the red and green dots follow exactly each other. And so the prediction, again, with the logistic map, can be exactly carried out for all these Rosler systems, Hinmark systems, or even higher dimensional systems very accurately. And so you have three-dimensional dynamical system, and given input for one information, then I can construct another variable. But I can also construct the same variable, that is self-prediction, that can also be carried out exactly, very accurately. And I will conclude my talk with this following reference: the recent work of my group, Arun, Satish, Venkatesh, and myself in physical review, reservoir computing with the logistic map, and machine learning potential of a single pendulum by Sinha Srimali in physical review, and so on. And you can get the details of the logistic map, for example, in my book, Lakshman and Rajshekhar, Nonlinear Dynamics, Integrability in Chaos. So thank you very much, and I will be happy to discuss further. Any questions, comments, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lakshman. Thank you so much. So maybe we could have one quick question.
Yeah,
I see Professor Kaushal. Please go ahead.
Professor Lakshman,
Yes.
this your weight matrix is in some sense is a translation of coupling between artificial intelligence and natural intelligence. Is that kind of, can we say like that?
No, the weight matrix connects the reservoir, which consists of data about the input. The input has been multiplexed and converted into the reservoir, and so that contains information about the input and how it is to the output. So I connect it through a linear transformation, and that is the weight matrix. Yeah.
There's a coupling between artificial and natural one. So that kind of thing, how will you account? Through that reservoir or weight matrix you have generated?
Yeah, the reservoir is can be related to the artificial neural network. Yes. Okay.
So I think with that, let us thank Professor Lakshmanan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's immediately move on to the reminiscences session to be chaired now by Professor Haridas. So may I request Professor Haridas to please take over. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the reminiscences session now. We have heard a lot of talk which has reflected on Professor Mitra's science side. And now in this session, we also hope to hear more about the human being that Professor Mitra was. Of course, these two aspects are inseparable. So let's move on to the reminiscences session. So each speaker is allowed 15 minutes altogether, and of which 12 will be your main presentation and 3 minutes for an audience interaction. So after 10 minutes of your talk, I'll alert you to finish your talk in 2 more minutes. so that the 3 minutes will be available for, audience participation. So with that, I invite Kalyan Sinha to be the first speaker in this session.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I begin by thanking the organizers, particularly Professor Mitra, for taking the initiative to make this happen. And I will briefly describe, let's say, 4 periods of an encounter with Professor Mitra. First, of course, when I was a student in Delhi University Physics Department, that was the period 63 to 65. He taught us in both years, I think. In the first year, he taught us electromagnetic theory, and the second year, quantum field theory. He was a very good teacher, very meticulous, particularly while doing detailed calculations. Some of them were very long. And I enjoyed the classes. And in fact, so much so that in the so-called MSc thesis or dissertation in the second year, I chose to work with him on a 3-body problem dissertation, which we did. And some of his PhD scholars at that time, of course, PhD was something far away, and we used to wonder what these guys were doing. And particularly, I remember Balram Singh Bhakkar, with whom we used to interact quite a bit. He was senior to us, and we used to often run into him in the department late at night sometimes, and used to have a good interaction with him. He was one of the senior students of Professor Mitra. Then in the lighter vein, an incident happened, which I would recall. One of those days, I think some of us were taking a walk.
Professor Sinha, could you please adjust your camera so that you are visible to the
audience? I recognize that, but unfortunately, I don't know how to do it exactly.
Okay. Please go on.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, I find something called video setting. And then I think Professor Mitra, if you can guide me a little bit, what should I do?
Well, my 1 peso worth of so-called advice is that, are you speaking from a desktop or a laptop? First off.
Desktop.
So, I see. Do you have an inbuilt camera, or is it an attachment?
No, it is an inbuilt camera.
Oh, then maybe you could push your chair a little bit. Just push.
Okay, okay. I'm trying that. Maybe I should go back.
Or maybe put a cushion on your chair.
Oh, yeah.
That will be rather difficult to do at this juncture. So I think that we will manage with that. Maybe I'm barely visible.
Yeah, we can at least see a little bit more of you.
Okay.
So
shall I carry on?
Maybe you could push a little bit more. You're almost there. You're almost there.
Well, I'll have to straighten up a bit.
Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry. On my part. Okay, I think a little more of me is visible now, I guess. Shall I carry on?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
Okay, so up in the hill, Flagstaff Hill, we were taking a walk, and we found Professor Mitra struggling with his car up there. And so all of us, we gladly put our shoulders to his car and to perform a high energy experiment up there and to help start the car successfully, and shared some of the lighter moments with Professor Mitra at that time. Then, after a gap of over a decade, I met him unexpectedly in São Paulo, in Brazil, where I was visiting briefly from Geneva, Switzerland. And then I was quite surprised, and I took him around to show a little bit of the city of São Paulo, particularly near the university, and then brought him home for a meal together. So that was the second encounter with Professor Ashok Mitra. And the third one happened when I returned to India. And as it happened, I had gravitated away from physics and more into mathematics over the years. And I was in the editorial board of the Mathematics Journal of the Indian Academy of Science. And I thought, along with some of my colleagues, we thought that there is not enough good work in mathematics in India to deserve so many journals. So we wanted to consider the possibility of combining some of the journals into making one or two good journals. And the opportunity came during the annual meeting of the Academy in Pune, that is 1980 I'm talking of. And Professor Mitra was there in that meeting. And he was at that time the editor or editor-in-chief of the INSA Journal of Mathematics, named, I think it is called Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Mathematics. So I cornered him and sort of started the discussion about this proposal of mine, which was, of course, a bit preposterous. I realized later that so we we had a long, serious discussion on it, but unfortunately, this didn't go too far. And then the last encounter that I will mention was several years later, when I had just moved to Bangalore, and I suddenly got a call from him. There was a surprise to me, inviting me to contribute an article as was referred to by Professor Sulakshmanan, Professor Panchpakeshan, and Professor Ramakrishnan earlier in this very large volume that he was trying to gather articles in. And he wanted me to Yes. Shall I continue?
Yeah, please do.
And I did contribute a short article on non-commutative stochastic processes, and in the development of which I had some role to play in my stay in Indian Statistical Institute. And that was the last time I interacted with him. And that journal, that volume came out as Professor Ramakrishnan was talking about. It was a rather large volume. So summing up, in my long academic journey, I shall certainly count Professor Ashok Mitra as one of very few who had invigorated me and propelled me forward and farther. And I take this opportunity to pay my homage to him. Thank you.
Are you done? Hello?
I finished. I said thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, the floor is open for the audience to interact with the speaker for 3 more minutes. Any comments, questions? If not, let's thank Professor Kalyan Sinha for his wonderful reminiscence. And our next speaker is Amitava Rai Chaudhary. Professor Rai Chaudhary, can you start?
Yes, I can. Is it possible to project my slides from Alok's place? Or I can try to project myself, but since time is at a premium, I hesitate to struggle with that.
Alok?
Yeah, sure. Just give me just 15 seconds, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
To begin with, you know, what I say in this summary, my reminiscence, Professor Mitra, it actually is what I think any one of 10 of our class friends. Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is the first slide. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yes, thank you. So what happened was that about 10 of us from Presidency College who had a very difficult time in our undergraduate days collectively moved to Delhi University. And we had heard of Professor A.N. Mitra and S.N. Biswas and various other people at Delhi University. And we were very moved to, we decided to move to Delhi together. So 10 of us, roughly 10 of us moved, and we were mesmerized by Professor Mitra's and others' teachings at Delhi University. Now, when I look at the list of the talks in this conference, it is mainly particle physics and field theory, while there is some nonlinear dynamics and coordinates matter physics also. But I should say that, for example, Professor Mitra was a keen physics motivator, and he had motivated all 10 of us to continue in physics, and all of us have continued in physics, but not all in particle physics. In fact, I'm the only one in particle physics amongst our group, and the rest, they have all gone to do their PhDs in various places, and they have settled down. They're condensed matter physicists, theoretical as well as experimental, and nuclear physics, and so on and so forth. Professor Mitra, he was a very, very strong motivator. He convinced us that we must do physics in our career, but he was not a narrow person. He never urged us to follow in one direction. Now, we also had heard a lot about Professor Mitra as a researcher. We had heard that he was an extremely good researcher in both nuclear physics and particle physics. And we were very keen to have him as a teacher. And in fact, he taught us quantum mechanics 3 in Delhi University. In those days, there were 4 parts of quantum mechanics, and quantum mechanics 3 was relativistic quantum mechanics, and quantum mechanics 4 was QED. And Professor Mitra taught both of those courses to our section. The sections were started in our year, and so there are 4 sections, and to our section, Professor Mitra was the teacher for these 2 courses. Now, it is possible that Professor Mitra prepared for his class lectures very meticulously. It is possible, but it was never apparent. When he came to class, he just started from very basic ideas, and then gradually he would fill up the blackboard with calculations. And in the end, when the final result arrived, then he seemed to be as surprised as we were all in the class. So he used to clap his hands or shake his fist or whatever, and as if he himself was surprised that the actual good result, the final result, could be obtained. Now, what it taught us, I find later on, is that it taught us to calculate, how to do a calculation starting from scratch and to keep on struggling with it and eventually arriving at the end result. Now, this is the part about our teaching. Then it turned out that Haridas had the fortune of working with Professor Mitra for his MSc thesis. In my case, I did my MSc thesis, MSc project with Professor Komal Datta. Now, Komal Datta had suggested to me that I should work on, can I go to the next slide, please? The next slide. Yeah. So I was asked to work with Professor Komal Datta, and he suggested that I work on the Goldstone boson and symmetry breaking. Now, that was a relatively recent thing at that point of time. And I struggled with a few papers and I found it very difficult. In fact, that was my first experience of reading a published paper. So it was quite tough. I must say, Professor Datta had helped me quite a bit, but even then, I don't think I made much progress. But I wrote up some project report and submitted it. Now, I don't know how the examiner was chosen, but it so happened that Professor A.N. Mitra was chosen as my viva voce examiner, which scared me stiff because we knew how knowledgeable Professor Mitra was in these subjects. So the viva voce took place in his office with Professor Komal Datta also present. And he, Professor Datta, I don't think even asked any question at all. It was only Professor Mitra. And then Professor Mitra asked me, he was very kind, but he asked me very deep questions about spontaneous symmetry breaking. And I must say that at that time, I knew very little about it, and whatever I knew was very cursory. So I attempted to answer his queries. And I must say he was very generous, and he gave me a good grade. As always, he was always a very generous person, and he gave a good grade. Later on in life too, I had some contacts with, yes, thank you. Later in life, I also had contacts with Professor Mitra. We knew that he had made very fundamental contributions to the three-body problem, and he was regarded as an authority on the quark model. We knew all of that, but we hardly knew his stature in the broad area of particle physics until we started research. And then we came to know how highly he was regarded everywhere in the international community. Now, after my doctoral studies abroad, I decided to return to India. And at that time, it was a very difficult decision for me, and I didn't know whether I was doing the right thing. So when I next met Professor Mitra, which was quite very soon after returning to India, when I met Professor Mitra, he was highly supportive. He said that I had done a very good thing, and in fact, he supported that I had chosen to be at Calcutta University. He was very supportive of that, and I immediately knew that I had made the right choice. There was no doubt in my mind after that. And I had the fortune to meet him many times later at Delhi University and also in meetings and so on. And he followed my career, I think, with he always followed what I was doing, what problem I was handling, and so on. And I was always very happy with that. I also believe that he was happy that I had chosen to be at the Harishchandra Research Institute for some time in between. Now, I then share with you a few correspondences which I could dig out from my emails. Can I go to the next slide, please? So after I returned from the Harishchandra Research Institute in 2011, I sent a letter to my friends and acquaintances that I had moved, and then this was the reply which I got within a few days from Professor Mitra. Dear Omitavo, congrats. This looks like the right place for you, inasmuch as a Palit professorship in any day is any day a higher position than the directorship of an institute. Of course, now this is the last line, which was very difficult to decipher. Of course, my, within quotes, claims on your success continues unabated, and they will take many forms at different times. Now, I think it is best left to interpretation. Anyway, I interpret it in one way. And then best regards, A&M. That's how he signed all the emails. Then
Professor Rai Chaudhary, could you finish in 2 more minutes?
Yes, I will. Yeah. At the time that I joined Calcutta University, very soon after that, Professor Mitra told me that there was a scholarship given to the students standing first in mathematics or physics at Calcutta University, and somehow not much information was available about it. So he wrote to me after I came back again from HRI. He had already made me the representative on his behalf. And then he wrote to me again saying, why was this scholarship not being given and so on. And you can read for yourself what he has written. And he wanted to find out what had happened to the scholarship. So I replied to him immediately. Now, he wrote at 5:10 a.m. Now, then the other mail, the previous mail was written at 11 p.m. So obviously he worked very hard. And now let's go to the next slide. So I wrote to him immediately that, I will check and find out. So I get up much later. So my reply was at 8:50 a.m. And then I wrote later, next slide, please. I wrote later, the same day, in fact, but in the evening, that I have checked with the university and that the Professor Jyotindranath Mitra Scholarship is being granted to students from the departments of Applied Mathematics, Mathematics and Physics by rotation. I have asked them to send to you and me the names of the recipients of the scholarship in the last 4 years, which they did, in fact. And this scholarship is still being given. Can I have the final slide? Yes, please. So in the end, I consider Professor Ashoknath Mitra as an ideal example of an academic. That is, he was not only a very good teacher and also a very good researcher, but he was really a role model for his student. And that is, I think, the most important thing. He kept track of how his ex-students were developing in later life and continued to help them in their career path. I have been benefited by his advice many, many times. I learned from him physics and much, much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitava. Now the floor is open for the audience interaction. We have 3 minutes for that. Any questions, comments? If not, let us thank Professor Rai Chaudhary once again for his very spirited reminiscence of Professor Mitra. And our next speaker is Professor Dilip Kumar Chaudhary, a very close friend of mine. And I call upon him to make his presentation. Dilip? Dilip? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter here. Hello? Is that all right? Andy, all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right? Okay. So, I'm very happy to be here and with our friend Andy Haridas. In fact, I'm a former student of Professor Mitra, most dearly called Professor Dara. Inspired by him, I spent mostly 50 years in physics of cost and growth, and recently published in the book 50 years of cost and growth, edited by my student Ranjit Chaudhary and is dedicated to my respected Ashok Dara. So 60 years ago, in 1965, I came to Delhi University and joined MSc course. There, I came across my mentor, Professor Mitra, now mostly taught by Ashok Dara. During 1965-67, he taught us quantum field theory, and Professor and my friend Andy Haridas and Deepak Kumar were also there. Yeah.
Can't hear you, Dilip.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Right. So during 1965-67, he taught us quantum field theory, and my friend Andy Haridas and Deepak Kumar were also on. I mean, two of them. I think they will remember. So I wrote a thesis for MSc dissertation on group theory under his supervision, and 1967 was the crucial year because I have completed my MSc and sort of being finished research. And in the meantime, my friend Andy Haridas left for USA, and so to Deepak Kumar. So I mean, taking suggestion of many friends, including Jagannath Ross. So they told that Professor Mitra would be my right choice of guide. So I approached him and told him that I am doing PhD under his supervision. He quickly agreed, and he told that the best thing is to that if you do some work research on the court model. The court model was just proposed by Gelman and 2 years back in 1964. So I started my journey into physics, entering the Karpa and spending many hours there, and I started my research under his supervision. So I think in 65 or so, he was abroad, and he did some work with a physicist named Mark Ross on some recoil and scattering effects of baryons using Cork model. So he has asked me to apply these things to mesons, and he gave many many of these calculations so that I can do it promptly. So in fact, in a short period, I just wrote a paper called Recall and Risk-Scattering Effect in a Strong Decade of Higher Mason and published in Physical Review D in 1960, I mean, 6 or so. So that was my journey into physics, inspired by Professor Mitra. And then he asked his former student, Professor Peter Gupta, to collaborate with me. So things were very quick. So Bijudara helped me immensely. So shortly we published 3 more papers on Mason Bayesian scattering using a 3-body model called Q bar model proposed by Mitra. So we published 3 more papers. So total 4 papers were published in Physical Review D, and submitted a thesis. It was named, the Decade of Masons in Park Model, and published, and I got PhD in, I think, around 1969 or so. So then I got a postdoctoral fellowship from CSR, and I again approached our respected star to guide me and join his group. So we worked together on trying to study the effect of higher Bayesians in the neutron-proton mass difference, and which we published in Physics that was B. And then my luck came. I applied for some fellowship abroad, and the Royal Commission for Exhibition at London gave me 3 years fellowship to choose a place and a guide. So my question is, where to go and who will be my guide? I approached Asagdara, what to do now. So those days, there are 2 great persons in UK. One is Dadi at Oxford, and Abdul Salam in Imperial College. So I could choose either of them. But Professor Mitra, I must go to Dadi. He's an expert department. So at the highest one of Professor Mitra, I went to Dadi's, and I got a 3 years fellowship, and Professor Mitra said that your name as the supervisor. So after some days, he agreed that he's very busy, but still he welcomed me. So I spent that 3 years there, and my friend Andy Haridas and Deepak Kumar were also there sometimes. He got me. I'm really fortunate enough to do them, and I really remember my another friend, Deepak Kumar. So those 3 years, I collaborated with various species from abroad, somebody from USA, UK, Pakistan, and all those things, and published several papers in Physical Book, and it's basically on pattern model and biological current algebra. So with all this, but doing all these things, Professor Mitra, when I left for UK, he told me, number one, don't be overexcited or other people's ideas unless your ideas finish. Number one. And number 2, don't become panicky, because once you become Oxford is very different from Delhi. So you try to collaborate with some PhDs whom you like. So I think I followed his birthday advice. I had many friends around. Now I recall Robert Barney from USA, T.S. Tan from China, Carl Schulzer from Germany, and from Belgium, etc. So we published several papers. And then for 3 years of stay, I returned to India. Of course, that time job was not easy to get, and I could not manage a job at the there. So I came back to my hometown and I started my new journey as a research guide and collaborator. I started a research group at Guwahati University, but I continued my interest in correction research, and 30 students already got PhD under my student, and there are some of them are already retired, some of them are still professors. So in that way, I consider myself a way modestly successful thesis, but not as good thesis as my friend Andy Haridas, who has brought up and brought up thesis higher than me. Okay, Andy. So with my modest background, I think I tried my best to continue my journey inspired by Ashok Dara. And I still remember him. He told me, you are doing good work, why you are depressed? So I still continue that I have done some work in my humble way and contributed something to my society. 30 students I got PhDs, they are also getting research, they are producing PhD.
Dilip,
So
can you finish in 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm finishing. So in that way, I think I have fulfilled what Ashok told me, and
sure.
and following him, I asked my students when I meet them even now, tell me what you are doing on. Okay, so that's the began of Ashok. I still continue when I go to my workplace, go to university. I asked my students what you are doing. So they always tell me what they are doing. I don't gossip. I don't talk physics. Even now, I continue some physics, math. I got a health problem sometime from last year, but still, I hope to continue physics as far as possible. Thank you, and thank you, Andy. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dilip. Now we are open for audience interaction. We have 3 minutes for the audience to interact with Dilip. I think the audience is overwhelmed by the reminiscences.
Okay.
So if there are no questions or comments, we will pass on to our next speaker, Professor Wasi Haider. I don't see him anywhere. Professor Haider, are you here? Hello?
Yeah, actually, I've been, I don't know, I think Professor Satendra Sharma said that he had sent him a gentle reminder. I don't know. I mean, I have zero idea. I don't know. I don't see him.
So should we go on to the next speaker?
I would probably, yeah, I would say that maybe we could do that. And if he joins, then he could be
fine. If he comes later, he can always join.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. So I call upon Professor R.S. Kaushal to make his presentation. Professor Kaushal? Yes.
I'm here. सभी इस सभा से जुड़े हुए अतिथियों को Era Pram. Very good evening to everybody. And actually, in Hindu mythology, there is a mention of Lord Dattatreya, who had 24 teachers in his life. And but I have only 4. And Professor Mitra is one of them. I have very high regards for him. With your permission, can I recite a sloka in his honor?
Please go ahead. You are a speaker. And
Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namah. He was much more than a teacher for me. I learned from him in all the 3 fronts, namely physics, mathematics, and spirituality. Can I have first slide, Professor Alok?
Yes, please. Just give me 15 seconds, please. Just yeah.
Better to read because shortage of time. I cannot go on speaking unnecessarily. Please. Is it visible or can you enlarge it a little bit if possible? Anyway, I can manage from my stuff. Professor Mitra has been a source.
It's full screen now.
Yeah, okay. Professor Mitra has been a source of inspiration for me all throughout my life on all the 3 fronts, physics, mathematics, and spirituality. This inspiration have been in both visible and invisible form. I have been Eklavya student of Professor Mitra. Professor Mitra had liking for the Vedanta philosophy. In the morning, Professor Panchpakesan has already confirmed it. He had liking, he had a good sense of humanity, or very well, difficult to use words for him on this aspect. Professor Mitra wrote foreword of my first book on Vedanta philosophy, which I wrote in 1994. In fact, this small research paper was published in the CSR Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research, which I enhanced in the form of a book of about 125 pages. And Professor Mitra kept it for a week or 2 and came out with a 5-7 pages preface for that book, which proved to be a source of inspiration for me for my further work in Vedic science. It was 1994. Now, even today, after 30 years or so, I am using the same proposed Patomic model, Patomic philosophical atom type model, which is based on the wisdom from Upanishad and Srimad Bhagavad Gita, with the reference to a functional human being, not a dead human being. In particular, attempts have been there to understand human behavior and experiences. Experiences is subjective, behavior is objective, we can say to some extent, using some analogies borrowed from physical sciences and theories as well. To this effect, I wish to quote the concluding paragraph of Professor Mitra's article published in Current Science in 1993. Title is Profiles of Scientific Philosophy and Paradigms and Serendipity. The poetic conclusion he has given is in the following form. I'm dancing with my ego face. I'm a particle, my ego a wave. Perhaps he wanted to give example in the classroom with regard to the wave-particle duality. And perhaps, I think in that spirit, he has coined this phrase. And during last 2 weeks or so, since I decided to present my things, I thought over it. So let us see. Dancing with my ego face. Ego is in the background of all human beings. It's the ego which makes us sensible, workable, whatever you want to add it. And dancing is something which only a living human being can do it. So Professor Mitra perhaps thought the particle inanimate. I'm dancing with my ego face. I'm a particle, my ego a wave. So let me make this particle living being. Then how things change. Can I have next slide, please? Professor Alok? Yeah. From atom to Atma. My PhD thesis in IIT Kanpur was in atomic nucleus, nuclear energy physics, high energy physics perhaps. Yeah, understanding nucleus structure through elementary particles. Exploring a model for human consciousness. This 21st century is going to be the century for consciousness studies. And how to understand it? I have used the Vedic wisdom in this context to give a scientific flavor to the Vedanta philosophy. And I don't know to what extent I have been successful, but I feel satisfied. Whatever little I knew, I learned physics during the last 3-4 decades. I could apply some of these ideas in my own style. So I shall come back to this transparency later if time permits. Let me describe the model. What is that model? Very simple-minded model based on the wisdom of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Next slide, please. Yeah, here it is. So philosophical atom type model. 4 books I have written, about 1200 pages, another a dozen articles in psychology and in philosophical journals, based on the famous verses from Srimad Bhagavad Gita. I have quoted them. These are, if you want, I can narrate them also. Symbols. See, they are undeniable facts of human life. What are those undeniable facts? Look at the picture. We have worldly objects. If we start how to use it. Yeah. See, in the center, we have worldly objects. I have defined here. WO is the worldly objects and stimuli like physical world, wealth, power, and fame. B is the biological body consisting of physiology and anatomy. Nothing beyond that. M is the mind, I intellect, E is the ego. Please, I'm explaining the symbols, unusual symbols, but they are consistent for the last 30 years. No change is there. Then here, chitta, in Antachatushta people call it, so that is merged into the dressing rules actually. Innermost existence is the soul here. So in atomic physics, we have a outermost valence electrons, which start interacting earlier, but here it is the other way around. Inner part interacts first and outer part later. And they are classified actually, all these essences of life, they are classified in 3 categories: gross existence, micro existence, and causal existence. Once we have 3 kind of combination, which are very common in the Vedanta philosophy, many things can be explained on this basis. So then B is the capsule of everything, contains SO as well as W, and it performs the transition upward and downward. Upward transitions are rare, as it goes with the yogi category of persons. Downward transitions are there with the worldly persons. Next, transparency. Well, so this model, psychophysics, very badly used. And next, transparency. Yeah, I have compiled 4 books, starting with the one cited by Professor Panchpak in the morning. Second one is Prakriti and Purus, title is Theory of Fundamental Process in Human Behavior and Experiences. I think I borrowed the skill from Feynman diagrams here. Then another one is the Psychophysics and Human Interactions. And this is the latest one of 20 last year's publication. And a lot of mathematics, analytical things are there. So this was the one aspect inspired by Professor Mitra by writing the foreword of that 125-page book. And the place where I was inspired by him, in 1991, I wrote a paper on quantum mechanics of non-central potentials. I think this is one of the most cited paper of mine today. And here I solved the Schrodinger equation for two-dimensional non-central potentials. Non-centrality, non-separability, they are defined in the strict mathematical sense. Normally, you know that in physics we deal with one-dimensional systems or three radial direction of radial coordinate of three-dimensional system. So ultimately, problem reduces to one dimension. So non-centrality does not arise so frequently. It arises with the spherical harmonics. If interactions are spherical, tensor forces are there. So exact solution obtained. So I wrote a paper. It was published in Annals of Physics. I gave a copy to Professor Mitra to seek his observations on that paper. He kept it for 2 months on his desk, and whenever I see him, oh, I'm looking at your paper. Looks very interesting. Looks very. So that was another encouragement. It was 91. Then I started looking into the non-central forces, integrability in the classical mechanics sense, quantum solvability in the quantum sense, and I found an exact solution, a variety of non-central potential solutions. And regarding classical mechanics, we also worked with other PhD students, and we are about 2-3 papers on the subject.
Professor Kaushal, could you finish in 2 more minutes?
Yeah, I can do. Even now I can stop. So that was the idea. So I don't want to come. Well, can I go to the transparency too? The process. Hello? Can you go back to the previous transparency? Anyway, so what I have done actually, I have suggested next one. Contents are here of the book. Major contents I have developed psychophysics, psychochemistry, human relations can be understood. Exactly in analogy with the atomic chemistry, we have done a lot. Work has appeared already in psychological journals. One can talk with what are the two good friends or bad friends, 3-body problem, 4-body problem. And not only that, in the classroom, we can judge how much percentage your lecture has been understood by the students. Or principle of minimum effort. We talk the principle of least action in physics. But remember, human being always makes a minimum efforts principle. Here I have included the meditation variable, extremize the things in the calculus of variation speed, derive the psychodynamical equations, solve them, and I have proved them. See, when you drive a car in a crowded lane, you get all the 3 parameters, space, time, and consciousness on the same footing. How to account for the consciousness? Consciousness we normally neglect in all physical theory as a junction or the model or as a shortcut to solve the problem. In quantum mechanics, the wave function collapses in the consciousness. This statement was made by Professor Panchpakeshan. The point is that wave function collapses in the wave consciousness because Schrodinger did not know how to account for the consciousness. This model gives a guidance to account for the consciousness. So, principal minimum of efforts, equation is solved.
Professor Kaushal, you should stop in 1 more minute.
I stop here.
Thank you very much. The floor is open for audience interaction for 3 minutes. If there are no comments and questions, we pass on to the last. Yes, Professor
yes.
Satindra Sharma. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The presentation of Professor Kaushal is very informative and new ideas there. I have to ask one thing that he's showing 3 transitions from the being or jiva, B, small b. One for SE, which is the sense of knowledge, and B for the biological body, and W. So, sir, please, can you tell us about, whenever there is transition, we have the energy intensity of the transition. So, any information?
Actually, Rama, you are still imagining. Yeah, these entities, they exist in the meditation space. See, when you sit in meditation, first thing comes the worldly objects. Then you try to concentrate, try to control your mind, your intellect, And later on, at a much deeper level, the ego concept. Once you overcome the ego, then you merge with the cosmic consciousness, part of the cosmic consciousness, that is soul. So downward transitions are more favorable. Everybody, each of us want to have our stomach full. See, we have to live in this world. It's natural. Everybody is starting from labor to the intellectual even. We are running after our stomach, right? So downward transitions are more favorable. Upward transitions are rare. Rare means you have to concentrate, you have to devote. So you have attention carrying processes. So meditation is one of the process where you carry the attention. Attention means consciousness is always there. I have given empirical formula for the meditation also. If you wish, I can narrate. But everything is there in the book. Kindly look into this recent book, 24 publication, published by this DK Printworld. He doesn't accept. Yeah. Ordinary write-ups. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
There are a lot of problems for young
I'm afraid we have to stop here and go to the next speaker. I'm sorry to interrupt, but time is of essence for us. Thank you very much for your participation. And we move on to Gargi Mitra, the last speaker in this session.
Professor Haridas, with your permission, I need to share a video prepared by...
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Where is the video? Alok?
Alok, you have muted.
Yeah, just give me 15 seconds, please. Sorry.
No problem. So I would like to make an announcement after Gargi Mitra's talk. It is requested that as long as you don't feel uncomfortable about it, please turn on the camera so that we can take a group photo or a screenshot, as a remembrance of this wonderful meeting. Thank you.
If my parents were around today, then for sure they would have been absolutely overwhelmed by your love. In fact, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Only my heartfelt love to all of you. My father always used to say that his father, Professor J.N. Mitra, was his first teacher. Now, they were both very humble. I've heard that once Feynman was hosting his talk, and my father started by apologizing for something he thought was lacking in his presentation. And it seems Feynman pulled him up, saying something like, "Oh, come on, shed your modesty and give a good talk." So even Feynman must have noticed how humble he was. Personally, I received much love from Uncle Mishra. And today it's his birthday, and I'm dedicating this talk to his memory. So if we look at life's evolution, that is at the 4 billion-year-old tree of life, then living systems can be viewed as boundary conditions that constrain the incoming flows of matter and energy, and which in turn sustain them. Now, because of their environment responsive nature, sometimes new materials can form by chance, plus the phenomena of self-organization can cause the formation of new complex modules of interacting molecules. And then functional takeovers by newly formed materials and or new complex modules can lead to altered boundary conditions, which for each iteration is subject to natural selection. In the traditional picture, if you can assume the abiotic formation, selection, and confinement of simple organic building blocks, then self-organization could cause the formation of autocatalytic networks, and then whose complexity would be expected to increase in time. Considering the material-independent picture, Karen Smith suggested that environment-responsive crystal ancestors could explain the formation and parasitic takeover of mineral hosts by new organic materials. Mitra invoked a computing soft magnetic jacket comprising two ingredients, magnetic colloids and H fields, to address the same assumptions. Now, there were issues with the crystal ancestor scenario which can be circumvented via the field-induced structures. For example, the principle of continuity is respected since magnetic structures and mechanisms are universally present across biology. Again, the electric dipolar nature of biocolloids makes them responsive to intracellular electric fields. And as pointed out by Levin, in fact, many properties of biological systems are present in the physics of electromagnetic fields. Such kind of morphogenetic information, endogenous electric fields, pH and ion gradients, and plus mineral-like biomodules that are associated with living systems can be readily found in astrobiological locations, though information in the form of DNA codes cannot. And Nishke et al. Have suggested that mineral colloids could have served as E-field responsive matter. Now, it is important to note that field-induced assembly is akin to biological self-organization, where information flows both ways. And as very elegantly expressed by Al-Harak et al., electromagnetic fields morph the interaction energy landscape of particles that are susceptible to polarization. Therefore, field-induced structures readily satisfy the requirement of two explicit levels with feedback, which is necessary for the adaptation, evolution of complex systems. And this criterion is not satisfied in Karen Smith's crystal hypothesis. The first ingredient we require is an external field, say in the form of magnetic rocks. This can be expected to be heterogeneous and arbitrary in nature. The intensity could vary, the direction of the field can vary. And the other ingredient is magnetic colloids, especially consider Brownian rotation, where the entire fluid dispersed particle rotates. Now, the search for magnetic colloids led us to Michael Russell's Mount scenario, where colloidal minerals like greigite form in the precipitating barriers. And this FES mineral bears resemblance to catalytic clusters in ancient enzymes. And Mitra was looking at its magnetic phase for field-induced structure formation. Sure enough, rhomboids form in the chimneys in the Mount scenario. And using the Wilkin-Barnes model for magnetic rhomboid formation, Mitra worked out the feasibility of nanoscale aggregates, that is, if the external field can be jacked up to about tens of millitesla. To mimic the cell medium, we also suggested using mineral liquid crystal phases, as for example reported by workers like Patrick Davidson. This is since mineral colloids can exhibit shape anisotropy, like rods and discs. So the idea is to enhance the susceptibility of the phases by including magnetic impurities, as for example has been demonstrated by Constantin and Davidson, although they used an organic matrix, but the same principle should apply. And as expressed by Constantin and Davidson, field control phases have the inherent potential to facilitate transmission, processing, and storage of matter, energy, and information from the environment, just like the cell medium. Mitra also noted the following points. Schrodinger's description that living systems drink orderliness, and export heat to the sink. The S-shaped magnetic transition to the cooperative living state in Dyson's self-verse model. Now, the formation of a specific field-induced structure from amongst myriad alternative possible 3D patterns is analogous to that of an individual's DNA fingerprint chosen from myriad possible alternative sequences. It is like a subjective and conscious choice, and this inspired the field induction mechanism as a simple physical analog for consciousness. Next, a simpler analog code at the inanimate stage can smoothen the transition to the animate one with a complex digital code. He noted that the phase space, despite myriad components, is drastically reduced, and the fascinating world of soft matter. He noted the confluence of energy scales at the nanoscale of 4 different types of processes, including thermal ones. And of course, the all-pervasive role of fluctuations in biology, with the fluctuation dissipation theorem as the modus operandi. And of course, we've already spoken about the environment responsive nature of the 4 billion-year-old tree of life. The main motivation for Mitra to look for H fields and spins was that an H field, not an E field, is directly linked to the property of rotation. You needed to address gyration, handedness, torque. In fact, from chirality to rotary motors, these phenomena are not comprehensible by pure vectorial processes. As Mitra repeatedly pointed out, time reversal symmetry is broken by the magnetic moment and H field, which are first-rank axial tensors. Meanwhile, Apurva Patel found that the genetic code numbers match the results of a quantum search algorithm. And Paul Davies wondered if quantum effects could even be relevant in a hot and wet prebiotic setting. In response, Mitra speculated on the potential of an H field to reverse environmental decoherence. Now, in the first paper, Can magnetism-assisted quasi-periodic structures in Russell FES bubbles offer a quantum coherent origin of life? This paper, when it was posted on the archives, we soon heard from the new scientist. But some workers did not appreciate invoking magnetism and quantum phenomena in Origins of Life. However, we were glad that Michael Russell, Graham Karen Smith, Paul Davies, and some others welcomed it. To Mitra, all this seemed as signatures of two-way interactions between H fields and spins. In fact, Mitra made a connection between electron transfers in photosynthesis and the giant magnetoresistance effect, though at that time we did not have any data to support his conjecture. Then, a couple of years later, Professor Michael Russell sent us the work of Nauman's group, which clearly shows that the electron transmission probability through chiral biomolecular assemblies depends on the electron spin. And in fact, this maps well with spin-polarized tunneling conduction through a field-induced magnetic dipolar network. What's more, spin-polarized electrons in turn can generate chiral-specific chemistry, as Rosenberg has shown. Now, since electrons need to be channeled to an organic carbon to create bioorganic compounds, if we imagine that these channels were magnetic networks, then transmission of spin-polarized electrons could have caused the formation of chiral organics. And in this scenario, there is also scope of further entropic interaction-driven phase transitions to modules like helices. So we speculated on such possibilities in the alkaline hydrothermal vent scenario. In fact, even today, spin-selective electron transmission seems to be playing a role in the interactions of microbes with external electron-accepting magnetic minerals. So to resume, the idea is that for patterns to compute, they must first resist thermal degradation. Here, we try to mimic the state of quiescence, or let's say some state with minimal metabolic activity, like that of repair and maintenance, so that with the passage of time, more complex means of sustenance in time could have led to Darwinian systems accreting information via natural selection. So this allows us to extrapolate computing boundary conditions, not only to explain the tree of life with digital-like computation, but also to address its emergence using analog-like computation in the inanimate realm. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Now, the house is open for audience interaction with Professor Gargi Mitra for 3 minutes.
Yes, I am Nimai Singh. So, when I was in Guwahati University as a head, I invited Professor Mitra. He gave a talk on the origin of human consciousness from physics point of view. The title may be slightly different. He worked with Gargi Mitra, no doubt. So, is it different from this work, or it is different? So, I want to ask about.
No, it's the same. In fact, I mentioned it. Nimai, if you go back to the slide, I don't know how to share the slide. If you go back to the slide where, oh dear, I don't know how to share a slide. I'll try.
Okay, anyway, thank you. I'll check. I'll check.
Yeah, if you just go back to the video and listen to it, you'll find that it is, in fact, we're talking about, the choice of one particular configuration as if, as a conscious choice from amongst alternatives.
For sure, they would have been absolutely overwhelmed by your love.
Where is...
In fact, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Only my love to all of you.
Didi, how far up should I go in this?
I was hoping that I could find, no, I think this is not a good idea. It's easier for me to explain.
Okay.
Yeah, because so the idea essentially is that when you're talking about the field, the idea was about field induction as a mechanism. So it's the structure formation is happening from a myriad possible alternatives. And if you look at the analogy to DNA sequences, then a single individual has, it's almost like a conscious choice, one DNA fingerprint out of myriad possible sequence patterns. So it's like a conscious subjective choice. And there were some other aspects which I have. Actually, I think it's good to go back to the slides, but it has to do with also two levels, two separate levels with feedback between them. But the consciousness paper actually has to do with the aspect of subjective conscious nature of the interaction. When it's a field-induced mechanism.
I'm afraid I have to stop this very interesting discussion. We have to go on. I have just now heard from Alok that Robi Mahapatra, one of the distinguished alumnus of Delhi University, and also a student of Professor Mitra, is with us today. So I would like to request him to say a few words, if possible.
Actually, Professor Haridas, it seems that he is logged out. He was there during Professor Kaushil's presentation, and now he is logged out.
Oh, he is not there?
Yeah.
Okay. Are
Sorry.
there any more questions or comments on Professor Gargi Mitra's talk?
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, can I ask?
Make it brief, please. Yeah.
Professor Haridas, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can. Make it brief. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Dr. Gargi, I want to know there are two situations, conscious process and conscious observer. See, perhaps consciousness appears in two phases. Process is happening in conscious or observer is conscious. So there are two different situations, and which one you want to point out?
This is just a simple analog where you have a particular structure forming as a physical analog. It's only that. It's just a simple. We are not talking about maybe my father had other ideas, I don't know, but as far as the consciousness paper was concerned, it was just a simple physical analog that we were referring to.
Okay. So we bring this session to a conclusion now. So please turn on the camera unless you feel awkward or shy about it, so that we can have a record in the form of a screenshot or a group photo. Thank you for all the participants for this really stimulating reminiscence session, and it has been wonderful.
Folks, I just, with the permission of the chair, Professor Haridas, I actually want to introduce the tech team. I think this will be the only opportunity that these guys are going to get. So when I speak out your name, so I don't know, for some of us may not be well versed with Hindi, but those of us who are, I call them my Vanan Sena. So it's the tech support core who are the real workforce. So we have Rajneesh Kumar Jha. Rajneesh, can you say hi so that I don't know that. Okay. Yeah. All right. And now we have the duo of Shivam Aswal and Ayush Ashre Nishad.
Hello.
Okay. And finally, we have Shivam Kushwaha, who, like me, has been more of an observer and a learner. I mean, than a contributor, but all the same, his presence has been very vital. Shivam Kushwaha. Okay, thank you so much. With that, so let us take a few screenshots with your permission. So that's are we doing it? Yeah, I think so. I hope it works. Yes. Okay, just to be on the safe side, let me do it one more time with the snipping tool on. I request your indulgence. Please bear with me. That's one. And finally, just one more time. It's almost there, almost there.
Are we done?
I see only 6 or 7 photographs. Or you have them all.
I think the technical people should have the whole screen.
Oh, I see.
No, unfortunately, we are working in my office. So we don't have access to any big screens. It's a holiday today. So I think we are done, folks. Professor Panchpakeshan, my team tells me he's not here. Oh, acha. Okay, no, it's fine. I mean, as I said, as long, I mean, as Professor Haridas pointed out, if we feel comfortable, that's the point. So we are done with the screenshots. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And as luck would have it, my video was off, so that's okay. So that's all right. Anyways, so what I'm saying is that, so I think we now quickly move to the next session, which is to be chaired by Professor Indranil Mazumdar, who is ready. And so is the speaker, Professor Rao. So thanks, Professor Haridas. Thank you so much. And over to Professor Indranil Mazumdar. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. Thank you, Professor Mishra. I welcome you all to this particular session. This is actually the last technical talk of the day. And it is my distinct pleasure to call upon Professor A. Ravi Prakash Rao to deliver the talk. And as Ravi starts sharing his talk, I just take 1 minute to introduce him, though he doesn't need any introduction to this audience.
May I? Thank you. I think I've been observing that it works well if you upload the slides that I already sent, Professor Mishra. And I will then, of course, request next slide.
Absolutely, will do. Yes. While Professor Mazumdar is introducing, let me do the needful in the background.
Okay, so,
thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. So Professor Ravi Prakash Rao is an world authority on the atomic and molecular theory from Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge. And for the last 2 decades or more, he has also been deeply in the physics and mathematics of quantum information. He has been working and writing leading papers on that. Ravi has also been deeply connected with TIFR. In fact, he started his professional career at TIFR. And I also had the privilege of actually co-authoring a couple of papers with Ravi. So today, Ravi is going to talk about universal 1/r² potentials at short and long range, avoids collapse, holds quasi-bound state. So floor is yours, Ravi, and I will caution you at 20 minutes. It is 25 minutes plus 5 minutes of discussion.
Thanks, Indranil. Thank you. And I want to thank all the organizers for having me participate in this very interesting gathering to commemorate the life and contributions of a great physicist, and also, as you've already heard, a great teacher to many of us. So I, as Haridas and others have already pointed out, had Ashok Mitra probably as my first physics teacher, as I regard, during the BSc Honours and MSc at Delhi in the 60s, where, again, as observed already, he taught in our class mathematical physics and quantum field theory. In fact, to this day, quantum field theory is not only one of my favorite subjects, and when I teach it, I still dig back into the notes from Professor Mitra of those days. We were very fortunate, I think, in Delhi in the 60s at that time to have a group of very fine physicists and teachers. Some of these names were already mentioned in Professor Panchapikeshan's first talk, and I've just listed a few, and of course, his name included as one of the teachers. And it was a great personal pleasure to see, after more than 60 years, he start this two-day proceedings. Now, I did not actually work in research with Professor Mitra at that time, though of course we were all well aware of his great contributions to three-body physics. But in an irony, when I went to do my PhD, I ended up working with Professor Ugo Fano at the University of Chicago. And in fact, I was his first PhD student. And it turned out that we worked mostly on three-body systems, now in atomic physics, and in particular, either the breakup of a three-particle atom, so into a positive nucleus and 2 electrons, or into doubly excited states. And of course, you can think of the simplest systems of the negative ion of hydrogen and helium, but in any atom. So the idea is to have a nucleus and then 2 electrons. And typically 2 electrons very slow. Either they're just leaving the nucleus above threshold after the breakup, or they're in very high double excitation. Both electrons are excited away from the ground state. Now, as you can imagine, with Coulomb forces between all the pairs, and these are long-range forces, there are some very, very strong and interesting correlations that develop in this three-body system. Now, later, it is interesting that, in fact, in collaboration with our chair, Professor Mazumdar, and Bhasin, another of the proteges of Professor Mitra, we have worked on similar things in three-body nuclear systems, which is, of course, coming closer to Professor Mitra's own contributions in the three-body problem in nuclei. Next slide, please. May I move to the next slide? Yes. Now, unfortunately, I do not have slides of any association with Professor Mitra going back to the Delhi days. But in 2010, again, with Professor Indranil Mazumdar as one of the principal organizers, there was a session at TIFR to honor both Professor Mitra and Fadeev, who are, of course, the two names for their independent work on the three-body system in quantum physics, and sort of set the stage for how to treat three-body problems. And in this group photograph, in the front row, second from the left, is Professor Mitra. And of course, the first person on the left there in that row is Professor Indranil Mazumdar. Next slide, please. And just a few more pictures featuring Professor Mitra at that session, and including, for instance, tomorrow morning speaker, Professor Vari, and Chandu Warke, another very fine nuclear theorist who was for many, many years at TIFR, and again, one of the great teachers of all of us. And below you will see that among the Russian physicists who participated, there was Fadeev, Efimov, whose name will come up again, and Belyaev in that picture, and one more picture of Professor Mitra on the lawns of TIFR. So just as a historical thing, and in 2010, as I said, we actually ended up with Professor Mitra talking very seriously about these three-body systems, whether in atoms or in nuclei. Next slide, please. So for the physics part of this talk, what I wanted to talk about are certain themes, and in particular, the role that the 1/r² potential plays in quantum physics, both in quantum binding and in the breakup. So at small and large r, this 1/r² potential you will see as a recurring theme in my talk. And in particular, when that potential is attractive, I'll come to this later on, you can also have quasi-bound states in that potential. Another aspect of this is, of course, these are fairly high excitations for any system, whether in atoms or in nuclei, and therefore there are resonances. These states are mostly quasi-bound resonances, and they have some very interesting asymmetric resonance profiles, which have been called Fano profiles. And so that's another theme I'll touch on. And then there is the role that the scattering length plays in all this. And in particular, I think in this conference, we're not talking much about BCS or the BEC, the Bose-Einstein condensates, but the whole condensate experimental thing has blown up because of this tuning ability that we have with scattering lengths. And I'll come to this very briefly about three-body bound states. And then finally, as I said, in nuclear physics, there are, of course, very neutron-rich species, again, with many radiation nuclear facilities, which we built, FRIB, and so on. There will be even more of these that will be studied, and there are going to be some very interesting sort of three-particle states, typically now 2 neutrons, and the rest of the nucleus. And of course, the interesting thing in all this is that this has to do with 1/r² and very simple quantum physics of the 1/r² potential. So whether it's atomic, molecular, or nuclear systems, we're going to see the same kind of physics. Next slide, please. Now, of course, when we think of the 1/r², it actually arises, of course, from the kinetic energy term. But in a three-dimensional problem, as in the very first courses in quantum physics, we will think of it as the angular part of the kinetic energy. Of course, classical physics as well, that's the angular momentum squared divided by the twice mr². Now, this is, of course, a repulsive potential at small r. And in a sense, it is the key for avoiding collapse of all the particles into a simple sort of point. Whereas at large r, in particular, as I said, when it's attractive, not in this particular example of purely repulsive, it holds low energy particles from penetration or escape from the potential. Now, in classical physics, of course, there will be a collapse for this angular momentum 0, but for any angular momentum or even zero angular momentum, in quantum physics, the very presence of this fundamental constant h bar and the physical dimensions it has is that any particle of mass m is always going to see an energy contribution. We can think of it as a potential as well as we do as h bar squared over mr squared. And of course, very familiar to everybody is the basic idea that the stability of the atom, of course, comes from the balance between this 1 over r squared potential repulsive or a positive term and the attractive 1 over r of the Coulomb potential. Now, this, of course, is what started the whole field of quantum physics in 1913. Of course, the full-blown mechanics came in 1925. We are celebrating the centennial of that birth of quantum mechanics this year. Now, the same idea of the angular momentum 1 over r squared term is, of course, what is responsible for this very famous law that is known well through atomic and nuclear physics called the threshold law that may I go to the next slide, please? So whether it is for energy slightly above threshold, you can think of, so if you look at this sketch, whatever the potential, whether it is some short-range nuclear potential or particle physics potential, or even if there is a Coulomb long-range potential, if you think about the angular momentum barrier, and then any small energies, so whether just above breakup threshold or just below for high excitation, is going to have this angular momentum potential also stretching out to large r. And so if you think about a particle which, say, has been excited by a photon or by a gamma ray in the case of nuclei to slightly above breakup, it has to tunnel through this barrier. And in fact, it's a very nice little exercise to show that the WKB penetration formula for small energies, the energy parameter is, of course, this k squared. So for small energies, we look at the barrier penetration, typical exponential penetration through it, that in fact gives this k to the 2l plus 1, as pointed out by Wigner a very long time ago. And so it is an inescapable, it's a universal thing that you would see. You would see it in elastic scattering phase shifts where the particle comes in and then has to go out, or in any inelastic cross-section which starts at small r and still has to tunnel out. And of course, the smaller the energy above breakup, the longer it has to tunnel through and the larger the barrier, and that is the suppression, which goes like k to the 2l plus 1. Next slide, please. Now, if you have an attractive potential, in addition, I'll come to this in a minute, where it might arise from, but suppose for a moment I have a negative 1 over r squared potential effect, then of course it will combine with the angular momentum, and in a sense you can describe this as a complex angular momentum now. So instead of L, a lambda, and it'll have a real part and an imaginary part, and that is again related to this potential, to this parameter A. So whether the parameter A or the parameter alpha, equivalently we can think about such a potential. And then there will be a number of bound states. And in fact, in any attractive 1 over r squared potential, you will not always have an infinite number of bound states as you do with the Coulomb potential, which is even longer range 1 over r, but you can have, depending on the strength parameter, even an infinite number of bound states. So 1 over r squared is actually the dividing line among all power law potentials, as again we study very early. It's true also in classical physics that any other power of r will always have a finite number of bound states, if at all, whereas 1 over r squared, depending on the strength, this parameter alpha, can have either a finite or an infinite number. Now, whenever you have an infinite sequence, one of the simplest ways of thinking about it is in terms of the trigonometric functions, sines or cosines, because the sine of something equal to 0 gives this equally spaced pattern of n pi eigenvalues. And it's simply a matter of scaling that what goes into this brackets here determines then what is the relationship between the energy and the subsequent n values of the sequence of states. So for instance, with, again, the energy as essentially this parameter kappa, and now we are talking of bound states, so it's negative. So if you look at that parameter, in the Coulomb potential, what sits in this sign is simply the charge of the nucleus divided by that kappa. So of course, if that is equal to n pi, this is in atomic units of h bar and m and e as 1. And then, of course, this translates into the famous Bohr formula. 13.6 eV is the energy scale, and then there's a z squared over n squared. So the familiar Bohr spectrum. Now, if you have a 1 over r squared potential, again, in the Fano group, we developed a whole sequence of things we call quantum defect theory. What goes into this sign brackets here depends on that parameter alpha in this following way. Again, the energy parameter sits here. There's also this. It's a slightly more complicated expression than this simple Coulomb expression. But again, this equal to n plus a half pi gives you the energy values. This time, the energy values actually stack up even closer and closer to threshold. Instead of a 1 over n squared pile up, they actually go exponentially to threshold. But you can have an infinite number of bound states. Next slide, please. And next slide. Yeah. Now, in any n particle problem, you can have similar considerations. And in fact, a 2-electron problem is really a 6-dimensional problem. And you can think of it in terms of some overall radius r. And then all the angular part will, again, simply a matter of dimensional, will have a 1 over r squared. And now I won't go into the details here, but it is here that these parameters here depend, of course, on the number of particles. For the 3 bodies, this is number, of course, 6. And then the kinetic energy term, the angular part of it, has this very interesting structure. For d equal to 2, it's attractive. For any dimension larger than 3, it's always repulsive. Next slide, please. Now we talk about resonances in physics, and resonances typically, again, the cross-section of something that you're looking at, whether elastic or inelastic, will have an energy parameter, which is the position of the energy with respect to the resonance position, measured in half-widths. And there is the so-called Fano shape of the resonance, which has the Breit-Wigner 1 plus epsilon squared, which we normally think of, but really has another contribution in the numerator here with another parameter called the Q parameter. Next slide, please. And let's skip this slide. Next slide. Now, this gives the characteristic shape of these resonances, and they typically have, it's an interference pattern in quantum physics, and so there's a dip at some point, and then there's a rise. And it depends on the value of this Q on what the shape looks like. So there are really 3 parameters: the resonance position, the width, and this Q parameter. Next slide, please. Now, the scattering length, I also mentioned. Let me very briefly introduce this parameter. It's a key parameter that, again, many are familiar with. And in the simplest case, if you have a 3-dimensional radial potential, and let's say L is equal to 0, let's say that the potential is very weak, then in fact, there's only the d squared dr squared and the kinetic and the energy term, which is a constant. So of course, u of r either this has a linear dependence or a constant. So in the vicinity of energy small, you'll only have a linear dependence of the wave function. So inside, it may have come up to some value going up, say, linearly. And now there are 2 possibilities. You can either attach to something which is rising up or to something which is going down. If you attach to something which is rising up, later on it can only oscillate. You will only have continuum states or scattering states. But if you attach it to something which is falling off, then you can, of course, also attach it to a dying exponential and have a bound state. So one single parameter, and this was particularly beautifully brought out by Fermi, this concept of the scattering length, it plays a role in H minus, it plays a role in deuteron. Again, I don't want to get into that here, but next slide, please. And in terms of this, there's a very interesting effect that some of you are certainly aware of, called the Efimov effect. That if the scattering length becomes very large, which means that you are only just bound or not bound for the pair interaction. Then when you have three bodies, even though the two-body pairs are not bound, the number of three-body bound states actually can go even infinite. So there will be three-body bound states which depend on that parameter, the scattering length A and other, like the short range in this case of the nuclear example. And the number of bound states actually goes up. Of course, it goes up very slowly, logarithmically with this ratio. Now, this was predicted a very long time ago, but wasn't observed in any nuclear or atomic system till relatively recently. And next slide, please. Just to show you the experimental observation of this, in the case of cesium trimers, two cesium atoms don't really form a bound state, but they're almost on the verge of binding, and trimers, three cesium atoms, and this is where the first ephemeral states were experimentally observed. And you see again these very interesting asymmetric profiles, and these are some of the references. Next slide, please. And with Indranil Mazumdar and Professor Bhasin, we looked at this system for 20 carbon. Now, as you can imagine, carbon is usually 12 or 14 maybe, but 20 carbon is a very neutron-rich species. In particular, you can think of it as 2 neutrons and 18 carbon, which is already a neutron species, a neutron-rich species. But neither of 2 neutrons bind, but they're just short of binding, as we well know. And the neutron doesn't bind to 18 carbon, that's that odd-even effect, but the 3 bodies have ephemeral states. And here's an example again of an asymmetric resonance associated with these ephemeral states. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is simply to capsule that the doubly excited states we study in things like helium, so 2 electrons in the alpha nucleus. And so here is the ground state, 1s squared at 79 electron volts of binding. And then all the singly excited states were only exciting 1 electron at a time, leaving the other as 1s, and they go up to 25 volts roughly. And then there's the 1 electron continuum. But if you now pop both electrons into the 2s squared, even the very lowest n equal to 2, or to the 2p squared and so on, those states lie way up here. For atomic physics, 60 volts is a very high energy. And these states now are embedded in this background continuum. And so they show up as resonances. The same situation here of 18 carbon plus 2 neutrons. And here again, in the vicinity of this energy breakup, you will see these ephemeral resonances, the one that you just saw in the previous slide. Now, the next slide is my last slide. And this is to make the other end. And here again, come back to more close to Professor Mitra's work. And that is that for a long time, of course, between nuclei and nucleons, we have recognized that there is a repulsive barrier at short range. And those of us who were graduate students in the 60s or 70s, there was a lot, MIT models and various other models, soft core, hard core, and so on. Now, of course, we understand this in modern terms, in terms of the fact that 2 nucleons are actually, at a minimum, the 6 basic quarks, but really many other quarks and gluons that constitute the system. But in a sense, this is a very many particle problem, but there is one radial parameter, r, that you can think of. And then you say that in terms of that r, at small r, if there is always a 1 over r squared, that is a kind of a repulsive potential. And that will, of course, lead to, again, I won't go into the details of this, into various things in how it shows up in the cross sections. So to summarize, and coming back to, as I said, to something much closer to the kind of work that Professor Mitra was associated with for a very long career, 1 over r squared is a potential which has some very interesting effects, both at small r and at large r. And we have many nice examples, both in atomic systems and in nuclear systems. And this, of course, is a nod that I make at this point to one of the great physicists of 3-body quantum physics, and that is Professor A.N. Mitra. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao, and let us applaud and thank Ravi once again for his very beautiful exposition of a very interesting problem of three bodies, which also, I mean, as we all know, has been said many times. Professor Mitra made pioneering, almost literally started that subject way back in 1960 and carried forward with his battery of very, very bright students. So it is open for Ravi, finished 3 minutes in advance, so we will have a lot of time for discussion. Any question? While I search for any raised hand, if you have any question, please, you can start. Anybody?
So, excuse me, I'm Nimaishi. At some point of time, there was a expression and a sentence that if dimension is more than 3, it becomes negative or something. So what is in that context? Please repeat that one. If
Okay.
dimension is
Yes, I think what you're referring to is that if you look at the Laplacian in higher dimensions, there is, of course, a purely radial part, which will have the second derivatives d squared over dr squared, and then the dimension -1 divided by r of ddr, the linear term. But then there's all the other coordinates are angles. And if you look at that, which is like a kind of grand angular momentum, which is in fact the term we call it, squared over r squared, h bar squared over 2m, of course, is the potential from all the angular motion. Now, of course, in 2 dimensions, that angular motion is simply little m squared, whereas in 3 dimensions is the famous L times L plus 1. But in any other dimension, when you finally look at this effective potential, it has a d minus 1 times d minus 3 over r squared, as you had in one of my slides before. I'm not going to call back for the slides because that often messes things up. So as you can see, for any d greater than 3, that is a purely repulsive. For d equal to 3 or d equal to 1, of course, it doesn't exist. But for any other, when you remove the linear term, there is always going to be this repulsive 1 over r squared. So in any collection of many degrees of freedom, whether many particles or even a particle in higher dimensions, at small r, there is an effective 1 over r squared, which in a sense is saying that it prevents things from getting too close together. After all, again, going back to 3-dimensional intuition, if you have angular momentum, you're kept away from the center. You're going to be kept away because there's a kind of a repulsion or a barrier, if you wish. And so that is exactly the same thing for any dimension larger than 3. And it's always going to keep you away from very small r.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Kaushal?
Can I add my observation? See, we have 1 upon r square potential in gravitation. We have 1 upon r square potential atomic level. We have 1 upon r square potential quark level also. See, confinement and then short distance. We also have intensity between 2 light objects. That also vary. So we say that nature likes 1 upon r square potential. This general observation. Secondly, when you go to the classical equations of motion for a radial equation, even in 2 dimensions, then you find that only for n is equal to 2, we get stable orbits.
Yes.
If you depart even a decimal place, this side or other side, system is unstable. So mathematically, we do analysis of the stability. Nature is stable only with this. So perhaps God likes 1 upon r square potential. Thank you.
Now, I will not get into the latter part of this, but what you just mentioned before. Now, first of all, the gravitational and so on you mentioned are actually 1 over r potentials. The forces are 1 over r squared. But when we are talking of 1 over r squared, I think you're right where you said that only for 2 dimensions, again, go back to this term that I said, d minus 1 times d minus 3. So for d equal to 2, that has the opposite sign. Whereas for d any larger than 3, it's always positive. For d equal to 2, it's negative. So what you said about the 2 dimensions is correct, that 2 is peculiar in that respect. I think Professor Panchapikeshan had a question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, very well.
Yeah. I just wanted to know what special role does the separable potential play in the Mitra's discussion of these problems? Separable potential.
That's interesting. I think the special role that separable potentials usually have in physics is they lead to one state distinguished from the rest. So this is the famous plasma mode that if you, for instance, it's a very simple thing. If you have n degenerate states and you give some kind of coupling between them, say equal coupling or first neighbor coupling, then one state gets distinguished from the rest. Sometimes it's the ground state which is distinguished from the rest. In nuclear physics, that is what it is. The nuclear physics, the ground state is separate from the excited states. And that's, of course, because you have an attractive potential. And the same thing in BCS. There is one state which is distinguished for a many-body state, and that has this gap, and there is your superconductivity. Now, if the basic potential is repulsive, as for us in atoms, that distinguished state is actually very high in the spectrum. It's the highest state which is distinguished. And that is the state right at this breakup threshold that I talked about. And my PhD thesis was actually to extend Wigner threshold laws and so on to 3-body problems, because Wigner had pretty much solved the entire 2-body problem, but to 3-body problems, and in particular with Coulomb forces of interest to us in atomic systems.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other question, comment? Okay.
So thank you again to all the organizers for including me in this.
Thank you so much. Any question?
I have a very naive question.
Sure.
Could you be quick?
You were saying that with this 1 by r square potential, depending upon the strength, you can you can have a finite number of bound state or infinite.
Right.
So I have a very naive question, like, can you build a system with very highly separated 2 ground state, and you can use it for quantum computing purposes, qubits?
Well, it would be a very contrived system. I mean, we have many other simpler examples of 2-level systems, and those will be the platforms for quantum computing. But since you asked the question, it's all a matter of scale. If you have bound states, it's a matter of the energy scale that you have in mind, whether you can think of just 2 states that you isolate as of interest. And of course, what we can always do now, particularly in atomic systems, because we have these very good lasers in specific domains, we can always tune the laser to just those 2 states. So even though there's an infinite number of other states around, for all practical purposes, it's just 2 levels, and that's our qubit, a single qubit. So in fact, the ion qubits, which is one of the platforms being investigated, aside from Josephson junctions and so on, works on that basis, that you take a laser and tune it to 2 levels of the ion, rubidium plus or whatever, for instance, and that is your qubit.
The reason why I'm asking is, can we make it more fault tolerant? Interferences from the environment. Can we make it?
As a youngster, perhaps you can work on that.
Okay, thank you very much
for your questions. You can always email, and Ravi is always available to hear this and for discussion. So I now declare this session closed, but I have been informed that Professor Ravindra Mahapatra has actually joined us, and it's a pleasure to call upon him to express his views or his reminiscences about Professor Mitra.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible and visible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for asking me to say a few words. I was a student at the Delhi University from 1964 to 66, and Professor Mitra was one of my... Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Professor Mitra was one of the teachers from whom I learned quantum field theory And we were all extremely impressed by the way he used to teach. In fact, after I left Delhi and came to this country, I always used his notes for my reference in quantum field theory. And he was a great teacher, and I always remember him. And then in 2001, he was publishing a book called Quantum Field Theory, the 20th Century Perspective, or some title like that. And I received a letter from him asking me to write a chapter on supersymmetry, and that was the highlight of my career. I was really very fortunate that he asked me to do that. And so I remember him, and of course his contribution to Indian physics is great. So I would always like to remember him, and also I would like the Indian physicists to honor him in as many ways as possible. Thank you very much. I didn't really prepare a talk, but I just wanted to say a few words to express my gratitude. Hi, Haridas, how are you?
So much. That was very gratifying. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry because of the late hour here. I cannot join in many of the talks, but I can see the people who were in Professor Panchapakeshan. I remember in those days, and many others. Dr. Ghatak is there. I think he was there somewhere. I saw him. So it's really a pleasure to be at this meeting and hello, and to remember and say a few words. Thank you very much.
So I hand it over to Professor Alok Mishra.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Majumdar and Professor Rao for the session, and Professor Ravi Mahapatra for speaking. And this does bring us to the end of day one of this meeting. And I just want to, of course, profusely thank all the speakers, and of course, thank our incredible tech support team. And I would say the following, and rather would venture to say the following, that sometimes constraints resulting in delocalization can in fact amount to, as one usually has, an infinite number of localizations. And now we are already having essentially a delocalized organization of the A.N. Mitra Memorial Meeting. I'm pretty sure in the future there would be it was Roorkee this time, at least virtually, IIT Roorkee this time. I'm sure there'll be other venues and avenues for hosting this. And I think this has been an incredible learning experience, especially for the student team here who is sitting in my office in IIT Roorkee. And it has been an incredible learning experience for me, learning from them as always. And thank you so much. Let us meet again tomorrow morning. And again, I would again remind all of us that the updated schedule, whether it is the Zoom links or the YouTube links, are always available on the website, which has been shared. I think you would have gotten fed up receiving emails from me. So it's basically all the updates are given there. I would request us to only follow that. And everything is mutually consistent in terms of the PDF files with links that I've shared earlier and the website that I've alluded to even today multiple times. So let us meet tomorrow online. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 9 from 9.